Oh, wait. There we What the hell is going on here? There we go. I am live. Welcome to the USFL draft here on Pro Football Alliance. There's a guy in the back with me right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to make this through this because he's kind of sick. So I'm actually quite surprised he's coming on with me tonight. The one, the only. Let me get to this. I have to fix some things. Mr. John Turner, how are you, sir?
Hi. How are you, Mr. Dirty?
Well, I got you and I got Arlington all pissed off at me because I guess we were supposed to start at 6:00, and I said let's start at 7:00 because I'm an idiot, because I'm still accustoming to the Central Standard lifestyle.
Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do.
I know, right? So let's get into it. The draft is started for the USFL, right?
Yeah.
And first round is going to be the quarterbacks, which I think is very interesting that the XFL because the XFL announced their quarterbacks first in 2020 when they did their league. So now the USFL is doing their quarterbacks first. And I have to say, I'm a little sad, John.
Uh-huh.
Because a certain individual has left us. He is no longer going to be a battle hawk.
You don't want him to stay unemployed for a whole year waiting for The Rock to come around, do you?
Well, I would much rather him be a battle hawk than in Tampa, where the fans love to stand and take poops.
Well, I mean, I can't argue about, how they poop. But what I can say is that these guys want to work, Dirty. They want a job.
That's true, John. They want to work.
And
but
the poor guy was cut like 9 times last year. So it's like when you talk about like how these practice squad contracts pay out, you're only getting the check if you're like on the team for like game day, active like for that week. But if they cut you on a Friday, you don't even get paid for that week.
Yes, but did he have to go to Tampa? Of all places,
you go where you're selected to. I mean, he could protest. He could sit it out like Bo Jackson and John Elway and say, you know what, screw it, I ain't going there. Trade me.
Let's hope he does. Let's hope he does. No, I'm happy for Jordan. So right now, the team I will be rooting for is, unfortunately, I hate to say it, I will be rooting for Tampa because they have Jordan.
Oh, well, it just takes one guy, huh?
Yeah.
What if they end up picking a bunch of Mizzou players over in Houston or something,
I'm not a Mizzou fan, though, John. Even though I live in Mizzou, I'm not a Mizzou fan.
Well, you just spent time in South Carolina. Why don't they get some Gamecocks going on? You know what I mean?
I'm not a Gamecock fan either, John.
All right, I get it.
I'm a Notre Dame fan, John. I'm a Notre Dame fan, buddy.
Oh, go Catholic. Maybe Ian Book. Is there still any more picks left in this round? Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3.
No, I think we already did the 8.
One more to go.
One more.
I think 17.
Well, let's talk about it, John. The first guy. Oh, there's Jarrett. Let's get Jarrett on here with us.
Kyle Sloader from Northern.
Can you hear me? I got my mic. Okay, good.
Turn your mic down just a tad.
Okay.
Turn it down just a tad.
I just got a new mic, so.
Oh, you're good.
Your final quarterback is Kyle Sloader from Northern Carolina.
Oh, Kyle Sloader? I know him. I know him.
You do, Jared?
Oh, I have a history with him.
You have his phone number?
Oh, I got chills right now. Okay,
Why do you have chills?
Because he was in the Broncos preseason.
Okay.
He balled out. He loves playing in the pocket. He knows how to throw the ball. Vance Joseph, the head coach, didn't give him a chance. He should have been on the 53-man roster. He didn't give him a chance. He ended up he was fantastic. Like the 3 games he played, I think he had 300 yards maybe a game. I might be wrong, but I loved him, totally loved him, and he got cut, and the Vikings took him, if I'm not mistaken, and he was with them for a few seasons, if I'm not mistaken, but he was amazing. Like there's probably some highlights on YouTube you can check of him, but during the preseason. But Vance Joseph, the head coach, I absolutely can't stand the guy. He was a bad head coach for the Broncos. And then Vic Fangio wasn't good either. So now we have a new head coach, and I don't even know anything about him. But Kyle Sloader I know about, though. That's surprising. So
okay, so
good for them.
Let's break it down. Let's go to our last 8 picks. So, John, I'm sure you already know a lot of these guys. Jared seems to know the last guy picked. Let's go with pick 1, John, for the Michigan.
Michigan quarterback, Shea Patterson. I mean, had a great run. I mean, he's the reason that Harbaugh, Mr. Khakis, had got a big contract extension, pretty much. I mean, that, and he beat Ohio State last year, which Shea Patterson was not there for. However, if he doesn't have Shea Patterson there at Michigan, he doesn't look like as good of a coach as he has been the last 4 or 5 years. Shea Patterson was big in the helpful development of not only the receivers there, but the offensive line. They've been able to turn out a lot of draft picks the last few seasons here, and Shea Patterson was a part of a lot of those teams. You got to be happy about that name. He's not an NFL quarterback. Okay. He's another Shane Matthews, or who's the other Heisman Trophy winner that the old ball coach had at Florida that was like not very good in the NFL? Washington at one time. But his game just doesn't translate to the NFL much, but I think it can and will in the USFL.
Okay, so it picked 2. I guess that's the Bandits, right? Correct? Tampa Bay, right? Yep. So we have Jordan Ta'amu. So we're all XFL fans, so we all know how good Ta'amu was. Again, I am sad. That's why I'm drinking the wine tonight. With Ta'amu going to Tampa, I mean, Jarrett, now that you're a Tampa Bay Viper fan and a Bandit fan, you will learn how to stand to take a poop. I feel sorry for you because that's what you Tampa fans do.
No, I'm excited. I didn't expect that at all. I didn't know if that was my biggest question, was he in this draft? Because I know he was cut multiple times by like the Lions and Kansas City Chiefs and beyond. And it's sad to see that he didn't get his, he's had chances in the NFL a little bit, but being behind Patrick Mahomes ain't going to do you, I don't think too much or whatever, but
no, it won't.
Like there's preseason is all you're going to see him in. And hey, I'm cool with Jordan Ta'amu big time. That was my biggest question, was he going to be in this draft? And I was thinking that he would be, but I wasn't 100% sure. So, and him to land on the Tampa Bay Bandits, I'm ecstatic. Because I enjoyed him. He was very good in the XFL. He performed.
Right. And a lot of people were like, because nobody had mentioned if Ta'amu signed. He didn't really, it wasn't reported. And I know Turner's going to hate it, but I'm going to give Mike Mitchell a little bit of credit. He just broke the news that Ta'amu did sign his contract. So Ta'amu had been very quiet about this up until just here recently for the draft. Now let's go over there to what's his name? Brian Scott. A lot of people thought he was going to be the number 1 pick because he was, the guy in the USFL or in the spring league that was the MVP. And now he dropped down to number 3 to the Generals. Turner, what do you think of that one?
You don't get a whole lot of news out of Occidental College often.
That's true.
This is a West Coast school coming all the way over to the East Coast to play some football. Shouldn't matter. You're a professional now.
Oh, I apologize. Byron Scott.
No, it's Brian.
That's what I thought. That's what I read. Who?
Arlington.
Arlington.
I'm getting
Our
him mixed up
producer's
with,
giving me shit. My producer's giving us shit.
NBA players who I'm thinking of when you guys have that name.
Yeah, the Laker. It's the Laker point guard, right?
Yep. Former, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that guy. The other Byron's guy. Byron.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
That's why you think Byron.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
No, a good college career. You know what I mean? Again, another guy that's not going to play in the NFL. I mean, can you really name 1 to 3 quarterbacks in the NFL that are going to take a seat on the bench to allow Brian Scott to get under center? I can't.
I mean, you're right. You're right. I have to agree with you on that one. But at least, hey, listen, at least the kid's getting a shot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I like it. I like the pick.
Right, yeah. So the next one we have is Ben Holmes.
Tarleton State. Now, when he was at Tarleton, they were able to move up from Division II to the FCS, if I'm not mistaken. So he was a part of them really kicking some ass in Division II and one of the reasons they were responsible for moving on up to the level that they are at now. So, again, he's been extremely competitive at that particular level. And we all know the difference between the bottom third of the FBS and all of the FCS and the top third of Division II is a very, very slim margin. Like, it has more to do with revenue and attendance than it does TV deal, than it does talent on the field.
That is, yeah, true. I mean, Jarrett, what do you think of that?
I can't comment because I don't know anything about the player.
I got you. All right, so number 5 to go into the Houston Gamblers is Clayton. How do you say that? Thorson?
Thorson,
a guy from right here, from just over here in Wheaton, Illinois. So, I mean,
how far is Wheaton from St. Louis?
It's not too. I mean, it's not like it's a few hours away. You know, the
I
guy.
I watched the Ozarks. Where is the Ozarks compared to St. Louis?
For me, it's Ozarks.
I know where it's at.
Ozarks
Arkansas?
to me, no. Ozark for me is about an
Or-
hour and a half from my house west.
That's not bad. Okay, so back to Clayton Thorson.
Right, yeah. So, he was drafted by the Eagles in 2019.
Yeah.
And then made the Cowboys practice squad. And then he made the Giants practice squad in 2020. And he was waived and placed on injury reserve.
Couldn't beat out Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I know, right? Now, his NCAA record, he was 36-17, 991 on the completions to 1696 on attempts, of 58.4 with over 10,000 yards, averaged 6.3, had 61 touchdowns and 45 interceptions with a QBR of 118 overall for his career.
And at Northwestern, that's not that bad. Considering, I mean, people like to poke fun at the Big Ten. They are in the Big Ten, right? Northwestern?
Yes.
I mean, you're playing against some pretty good defenses. Look at all the players Penn State's been churning out. Wisconsin's always got some fat boys. Nebraska, they're easy to make fun of, but they're always pretty competitive. The only teams that are really capable of beating up on are Rutgers and my people's Maryland. You got some pretty upper medium hitters in the Big Ten, and those are pretty good numbers for that conference, in my opinion.
I agree. I mean, Jared, what do you think of that pick?
I think I think I've been following Northwestern a little bit. They're usually better than what I always think they're going to be. So they're usually more competitive than I expect. So I don't know much about the guy, so can't really say anything. This is you're talking some colleges I've never even heard of before, and I used to love watching like men's college basketball, and I don't know any of some of these colleges. They're a first for me. Northwestern, I know, of course, though.
Right now, and I think here's the thing that we're going to see with the with this USFL draft and the XFL draft. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to be guys from smaller schools and stuff like that. So that's where it's really going to be fun to really dig into and see what these guys could actually do.
I love seeing that, though. I love seeing those players excel. You had Ben Roethlisberger, who is Miami, Ohio, and and that sort of thing. What was it? Was it Jerry Rice, if I'm not mistaken? Was that Mississippi State or something? I forget. There was something like that. So I like seeing those obscure name colleges have some sort of star that breaks out.
Right. So now let's go to the 6th pick. Another one of John's favorite people, Brett Thrice down there in Birmingham with the Birmingham Stallions. They drafted Alex, what is that, McGolf or McGoof or whatever?
It's hard to pronounce.
Something like that from Florida International. His career stats for completions is 807 to 1335 with a 60.4. 90-91 on the yards, 6.8 per attempts with a QB overall rating of 128.2. Now, if I'm not mistaken, FIU is a Conference USA.
Yeah, they came
correct?
They came up from the FCS.
Right. So, I mean, it's not a major conference. But
well, not anymore, considering their best teams just left for the Big 12.
All right, but they do have some competitive football now.
Conference USA is a decent conference.
If there was a Power 6, they would be in it.
Right. Now the question is, though, how good is he going to translate over to the USFL?
He plays Florida football with a lot of Florida guys. They recruit well in the state of Florida, and there is so much talent in the state of Florida, guys. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The students out there are like 4A, 5A, 6A, 7A, 8A. Okay, just the students stacked on top of students. I mean, some rosters got like 200 kids on the damn team, and their third stringers could start in the next county over. You know what I mean? There's a lot of talent in football in the state of Florida in general. And like I said, they recruit in-house very well at FIU. They can't offer quite the same Miami, Florida. Florida can. But now that NIL is around, I have a sneaky suspicion that they might even get a little stronger.
Listen, I agree with you. Now our next guy from John up there in your neck of the woods. So this is your guy, your quarterback.
My favorite one of the whole round.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I did pull his stats up, and it's not a bad stats for his 4 years at Richmond, 758 to 1194 from a completion to attempts with his 63.5. He has 10,465 career yards. So far, the highest passings per yards at 8.8 with 73 touchdowns and 35 interceptions with a QB rating of so far the highest of 51.4. Now, if you go by that and you go by the stats, the Maulers have the best quarterback.
What's up with the interceptions? Is a 2-to-1 ratio good enough?
I would say a 2-to-1 ratio is not too bad. It's not that bad.
No.
I mean,
he knows how to sling it. It's like Drew Lock. He likes to throw the ball, but he'll throw it in a double coverage or whatever.
Listen, right here, a 151.4 QB rating.
The completion percentage is good. Yeah.
He's a Pennsylvania boy. Okay. He's from closer to Philadelphia, but he's a Pennsylvania boy. It would have been probably cooler if he went to the Stars just because of his hometown. But hey, they're playing an hour from my house, so I'm not going to complain, assuming they play their home games in Pittsburgh next year. No, fantastic career at Richmond. I think Richmond, another FCS school who could actually make the jump if college football goes crazy in the next few years with NIL and the transfer portal. He's a guy that's a school that I could see moving up. So it's not like they're small level ball. I mean, there's been a lot of players to come out of Richmond, a lot of talent to come out of Richmond. You want to know who's from Richmond? A guy named Lawrence Taylor and Bruce Smith. They're from Richmond, effing Virginia. Okay, so they know how to play.
They came from the same place. Bruce Smith and Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, this information is just out there in the cloud. You can just go grab it. But what I'm saying is that the Richmond, much like the DC immediate area, Richmond is a little bit of an extended version area of DC. I think it's the last city that's considered inside the DMV. It helps create a very large talent pool for what we call the DMV up here, and he's a part of it. I think it's a great signing for this team, for that city. Being born in Pennsylvania can't hurt the guy. Just play ball. Just win, baby.
That's true. Now, so let's break it down because we already talked about Kyle. That was the last guy we talked about. So if you had to go buy these draft picks right now, right? If you had to go buy these draft picks, who would you say? Let's just say the season starts today. The team is already drafted. We're basing this just on the quarterbacks themselves, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just on the quarterbacks themselves. Who are you saying is the best team in the USFL right now, based on just the quarterbacks? I'm going
to say. I mean, Jordan Ta'amu in Tampa Bay. I'm going to say that, but I'm
probably
going to be wrong. I hope Kyle Sloader can sling it. I'm going to be rooting for him a little bit now. So those are going to
let's rank them. Let's rank them from. All right, let's rank them from 1 to 8. So you're going Jordan number 1.
I'll go with Patterson number 2.
Patterson number 2. Okay. Here, to be honest, here's what I'm going to say. By the stats that we've looked up, I'm going with Kyle as the better quarterback in this draft. Listen, I'm a Battlehawk. Look, I got my Battlehawk gear on, right? But if you go by the stats and you go by everything, your guy up there in Pittsburgh, John's got it. He's got everything. He's got the higher completion rating, all of that stuff, right? So Jared, you're going from 1 to 8. So you got Jordan as number 1. Who's your number 2?
I'm going to say Kyle Sloader because I know him.
Okay,
and then that Kyle Loretta. I would put him 3. And then those other guys, I have no clue the other people, so I'm not going to mention. I'm not going to mention it because I'm not going to say who.
Kyle Loretta.
I don't know. Japanese. Be safe.
All right, Turner, 1 to 8.
I'm going to go with Shea Patterson just because I think the mustache up there is probably going to have the best defense in the league, and it's going to help him look a little bit better in Michigan. And he's the hometown guy, so I think he'll have the most support. I'm going to go with Ta'amu number 2 because I think he has the most pro experience. Loletta 3. Give me shit, man. I'd say
you got Scott. You got Scott Holmes,
Northwestern kid, number 4.
Okay.
Magoo, number 5. I'll take. What do we got? Crapola.
You have players that have been with like 4 or 5 NFL teams, so
right,
some of those guys, so that should have some good experience.
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 or 4, honestly, you could just kind of throw in a blender and whatever spits out. In my opinion, hey, going back to ranking the coaches, just the coaches without quarterbacks, I still think the majority of this league is going to end up somewhere around 5-5, regardless of who plays the best. One team is probably going to stand out, and one team is probably going to be dog shit. But everybody else is going to be 4-6, 5-5, 6-4. In my opinion.
You think it's going to be that bad? You really think the gameplay is going to be that bad?
It's not about it being bad. It's about it being even, like competitively balanced. I think the type of player that they're going to be chasing. I mean, you look. Where's Tom Brady? Where's Drew Brees? Okay, they're not on this list. Okay, they're not chasing the mega powers here. Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man. They're going after, a Sparky Plug or whatever. So, that's what I'm trying to say. This is like 8 teams full of Sparky plugs, not the NWO and Degeneration X.
I got you. Okay. I got you. I see what you mean. So, this is going to be a 12-round pick, and it's interesting how they're going to do I think the next 3 rounds, right? If I'm not mistaken, is going to be the defensive guys. A lot of defensive. I don't know. I keep refreshing to see, and they just keep talking about the same stuff like we keep doing.
Isn't it kind of weird, you guys, that I see these Twitter videos, and I know they have different celebrities and stuff.
It's up, guys. It's up, guys. Looks like Bryson Young, number 5, Freedom Akinmoladen, number 6. Number 4 was Chris Odom. Number 3, Aaron Adeoye.
Oh, okay.
Adeoye. And then the Maulers take Carlo Kemp from Michigan. And the first player picked in that round by New Orleans was Devin Bellamy. You guys tell me anything about these guys? I can't tell you a whole bunch about these guys.
I mean, listen, John, you're the guy who knows a lot of this stuff. And these guys, I don't know. I mean, I even hate to say anything about it, but I don't know any of these guys.
Well, I see you got 2. You started off with 2 big, an SEC guy, Georgia guy, Bellamy, Michigan.
Right.
So, I mean, I'd have to look up their stats. I don't know if they actually started or not, or just kind of came in here and there. Southeastern Missouri State, that's got to be an FCS team, right?
Yeah, that's not too far from where I'm at.
Yeah.
Missouri Valley Conference, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas State. They're an FBS team, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Chris Odom.
Now, I do know Chris Odom. I have heard that name.
You like him?
I do like him. It's funny because if you look now, that's round. So we're round 2, 3, and 4, right? These are your edge rushers and defensive end rushers. Okay.
Edge D, outside linebacker D.
Yes, sir. That's those. So right now, who got picked up by? Who did Odom get picked up by?
That would be Gamblers.
Okay, so see, there you go. Houston's doing it. They're building that defense, and that's a good guy to build that defense around.
Bryson Young from Oregon is somebody I definitely have heard of. So,
see, now there you go. You got a guy from a big school in Oregon.
A Nebraska kid, Freedom. I'm not even going to try to say his last name. I'll let you handle that.
Yeah, good luck. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I saw that one.
Triple word score. Triple word score, bro.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So, I mean, here's the real question, though. Okay, I mean, we're getting a lot of guys who've been playing in the smaller colleges and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mekhi Brown, Alabama, goes to.
Now, listen. If you're a kid from Alabama and you didn't make the pros, what's that tell you?
Well, it tells me you didn't play on the field much.
Exactly. As much as I hate to say it.
I do know who Mekhi Brown is.
He's not a bad player. I'll give him that. He's not a bad player at all. I will give him that one.
He's a speed guy off the edge.
Yeah, exactly. So, but here's the question. Is this league going to be a speed league, or how is it going to be?
Well, they're running with 38 or 36.
38 is what I thought.
Yeah.
38. Okay, so I've done some calculations. That is about as skeleton crew as a football team can get on the professional level.
Yeah, I thought so.
And I think the topic has come up, like, if you've got 7 practice squad players, will they be available on game day? Like, will they, come to the stadium with the team? And if a player gets injured, can they fill in on a pinch? I don't know if that's something they're going to try. But it would probably behoove them because 38 is low. When you start to think about teams, and you just to pop on Madden and look at the final 48 that they pop up, or 53, whatever you're playing on, you've got depth at like pretty much any position. Some teams are running with 7-8 wide receivers, 4-5 running backs, 3-4 quarterbacks. You can't do all that in the USFL. If you're running with 38, you're talking about 7 or 8 offensive linemen active on game day, tops. And maybe
Mhm.
your 9th and 10th guy are also defensive linemen. You know what I'm saying? I think we're going to have to see some Iron Man football in some form with 38-man roster, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
So here, Will just announced that that the USFL announced a 35-second play clock.
That's not bad. That's what, 5 seconds shorter than the NFL?
Yeah, something like that. That's not so bad.
Right.
Not quite as fast as the XFL. They had what, 25?
Yep, that's right. Yep,
Yes,
that was
correct.
right.
Canadian does 20, which basically puts the entire game in no huddle.
Oh my gosh. I didn't
Oh
know
yeah,
that.
it's literally an entire game of no huddle in Canada, 100%. It's like,
But they got their 3 downs, so
it's almost as fast as watching Aussie rules football, which is a great game. It's the best game you've never seen.
Right, yeah, you're right. Now here's the question. Somebody says right here, Richard Humphrey says that the first 3 quarterbacks were home run, but the rest were not that good. Ugh, I disagree. That last one. That
How do
last
you know?
pick.
No one knows Kyle Sloader. I'm gonna say, watch his highlights. You'll see he's a good one for this league.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you guys think about? We had Drew Brees. We had Big E. I don't even really know who this guy is.
Yeah, Big E's a WWE wrestler. He was like champion for a short time.
Who am I seeing here? I'm seeing who's
I'm glad you're bringing this up, John Turner.
The Steelers quarterback, the old Steelers quarterback.
Terry Bradshaw was one of them.
Yeah, a guy that was overrated.
I can't tell who that is next.
Warren Moon did an announcement, which was cool. That was surprising.
So it's good that they finally have gotten, even if they didn't play for the USFL, I'm glad that they were able to get some of these guys in. Now I ask you a question. Do all of those guys that they brought in for the cameo to introduce a player, do they all work for Fox in one way or another?
Terry Bradshaw for sure.
Terry Bradshaw does.
Big
E. Where Drew Brees is going to be on Fox. Is he going to replace Troy Aikman when Troy Aikman leaves to go work for Al?
Well, no, isn't he on? He's on.
Troy Aikman is Fox.
Yeah, but I heard that Troy Aikman's leaving to go join Al Michaels on Amazon.
But isn't Brees is NBC?
Yeah, Brees is NBC.
Okay.
Right.
Well, NBC is holding games.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
So
you had Bo Jackson.
The wrestling's on Fox, right? So that.
Yep, that's why. Brad Klzowski. Bryan Klzowski, who's a NASCAR race car driver. I noticed in the backdrop, they were doing these. It looked like they're all pre-recorded because the backdrop was the Daytona Speedway because the race was last Sunday, a few days ago. So they did these videos ahead of time, which to me is kind of not my cup of tea. And doing it on Twitter, come on, guys, like do the stream on your website too. That'd help us out. Help the fans out.
It's stupid because they could have, if they did this last week, then they could have told us who was in the player pool.
I agree. Totally. I agree.
Yeah, other than us having to find out by the people in the player pool themselves.
Right.
Now, John, let's really talk about it. There's one guy that's in the player pool, and he's made it very known that he's in the player pool. He's one of my favorite players. A guy that I think didn't really get a fair shake a lot. Jeremiah Spicer.
Okay, so I'm looking at the rest of round 2. He did not go. Now, I don't know whether he'd be listed as a middle linebacker or edge or what have you. Maybe he's middle linebacker. He's about what, 6'2", 6'4", 250?
Something like that.
Yeah, so that sounds like middle linebacker size to me, to be quite honest with you. Edge guys tend to be a little taller. But are they drafting middles today?
Well, I mean, no, they're doing edge and D ends. And then let me go back to.
Yeah, you got to keep track of their freaking player positions.
And then, so rounds 5 through 7 is going to be.
How about round 3? Because that was round 2.
Right, but round 3 and 4 is edge and D ends.
You mean round 2 and 3? Because that was
2 and 4, 2, 3, and 4. Rounds 2, 3, and 4. Rounds 5 and 7. Rounds 5 through 7 are offensive tackles, and then rounds 8 through 11 are corners, and then round 12 is you're going to get your backup quarterbacks.
I tell you,
Is what you're going to get.
They must have already kind of mocked this draft out with each other, because there's no way these guys can make these business decisions in 60 seconds or less.
Well, yeah, I was wondering about that. I was wondering about the time.
On Yahoo Sports Fantasy, and they're just clicking away players. I don't think so.
Now here, I'll tell you. So, and I'm seeing it with the Breakers. They got Devin Bellamy, guy from Georgia. That's a good pick. That, in my opinion, that's a guy who's a good pick. And then, John, your guys up there and with the Maulers get from Michigan, Carlos Camp. He's Chuck Pagano's nephew.
Ooh.
Yeah, he played 46 games, started 29 with Michigan, and he was a 2019 third-team Big Ten selection.
Very nice.
And then you got the kid from just a few streets away, a few towns away from me, that's SEMO, Southeast Missouri State, is that Aaron Adadu or whatever, switched from basketball to college. He signed with the Ravens as an undrafted free agent. He's played in the TSFL and Charlie's League, Arlington's favorite league.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Chris Odom from Arkansas State.
Round 3 is in. It's coming in. Kayvon Walker from the University of Maryland. Fear the Turtle.
I bet you're happy about that, aren't you, John?
DE, your first official Maryland Terrapin, is playing in the USFL. Hasn't been done since my old boys club coach Tony Edwards was drafted in the USFL 36 years ago. So Kayvon Walker, welcome to the big show. Michael Scott from The Office, Scranton, Pennsylvania, right? No.
Hey, I love Michael Scott.
Oklahoma State, Michael Scott, another guy coming off the edge for your boys, the Bandits.
Mm-hmm.
So them your peoples. Bandits.
Hey, listen, like I said, I'm going for the Bandits because of that. It sucks
Oklahoma
that we won't
State's
see.
is a legit school, so
who
Cowboys
is?
are good. I think Oklahoma State, they're usually pretty decent. So in college football.
Kayvon Walker from Friendship Academy, Washington, D.C.
So with round 2 over, now we're into round 3.
We're in.
What are you guys thinking of those picks?
Wow, Kayvon Walker, July 4th birthday. How about them apples?
Nice. He signed he was a Bear free agent too.
3 fireworks every year on his birthday.
I know. So, guys, if we look at it, round 2 for those guys, who do you think got the best deal?
I'm going to go with the Alabama guy. Just because.
The Alabama guy?
He's safe. Yep, I agree.
Cleet Brown?
Yeah, Mekhi Brown. Yeah. The process of elimination, you always, when in doubt, go with Alabama.
If you
bet on Alabama every week, you'd be a wealthy man right now. I don't know why everybody's not doing it.
You know what? I've seen the guy play, and it sucked that he didn't get to play in the Super Bowl. I'm going with Freedom. Played with the Bengals for 2 years at tight end, and then he switched from tight end to D end. Guy actually did a decent job. That's who I'm going with. I think the Stars got their best. I think the Stars got the best pick. The guy with the most experience for the NFL.
But they took a Maryland guy with the first pick in round 3.
I'll be biased. Nebraska.
The
guy from Nebraska. But they've been a horrible college for like 20 years, for college football. So
Gus Cumberlander, Second University of Oregon Duck, taken by the Stars.
Where are you getting this at, John? Because I got to keep refreshing my page.
Maybe your internet is a little. Well, you're the one that's activating the stream, so probably your internet is bogged down a little bit because you're the one running the stream.
That is true. You're right.
All right, so Colin Hill, Texas Tech, is headed to the New Jersey Generals. So we got that going for us, which is nice.
Is that nice?
I mean, he's a good player. Texas Tech is not a slouch program. They were one of the teams that were possibly going to also leave their conference and go to, was it the SEC?
Weren't they SEC already? Texas Tech isn't, or no, Texas A&M. I'm getting those mixed up. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, they're either a Big 12 or a USA team, I believe.
Big 12's a good guess. I'm going to double check.
You better had.
Yeah. So, hey, this is the Pro Football Alliance USFL Draft Special. We will be on again live tomorrow, breaking down the second day. We are brought to you by Pack22.com. Call Matt Eddington at 727-452-2645. Hey, John, Super Bowl was just around the corner. I know that he was really bogged down with everything. How did you do on your Super Bowl bets over there at Pack22?
I would have done better, but I tacked on about 10 more bets right before the game started, and I went like 1-9 in those last minute bets. Like I took the over on Cooper Kupp total yards, and I did some overs and some unders that I should have just stayed away from. But I did well. If you take away the last 10, I would have had 60% winners for the Super Bowl, and that would have been with my first 20 that I made. But those last 10, they took me down to about, 40 or 33%, somewhere on there. But it was okay. I had a blast just searching through all the bet combinations you could make, and I got the Gatorade right. I got the coin toss. I got the timing of the national anthem. I took the over on that, 109.5 seconds. I got that one. And some of them were on the money. I had Aaron Donald over at a half a sack. He had a couple, I think. So I didn't do bad. I think at the end I got that rush, that make another bet rush. This is definitely going to hit. And so I'm glad I wasn't selling my picks on some hotline, like on 2 for the money. You know what I mean? Because I'd never get another call.
Arlington yells at me because I messed up that plug, but Jesus, John, you did a 20-minute plug there. It's supposed to be quick and fast, John. Quick and fast, idiot.
Fast forward to that last question.
Right, yeah. Which one?
I like sports gambling myself, so I'm not going to be doing it anytime soon, but I did it 1 or 2 times, and I think it's entertaining and fun. You can only, like at the casino, you can put $1 down, and that's pretty sweet that there's no like huge amount of money that you have to do in order to do it. So that's what makes it fun.
All right, so we got a pick number 21, Ahmad Gooden to going to the Gamblers.
Jared's got to know him, right? He was a Bronco.
Yep. So, how do you guys like that pick so far?
I got to see the picture. I don't even know where he is at on the Twitter page. I got to see what he even looks like. Sorry.
Ahmad Gooden, number 94. He wore 94. He went to Samford. Not Stanford, but Samford. You're talking about like in those small schools. That's one of them.
I didn't. He must have.
But it's showing him here in a Broncos uniform.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Maybe it was preseason or something. I think 94 was DeMarcus Ware's number. Maybe I'm wrong, but
he's been retired a while.
Yeah, I know he's been. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I haven't even. He might have been around preseason or something. I don't remember him from any regular season games. So, hey, if he was a Bronco, being all right. Yeah, Vic Fangio is a defensive-minded head coach. I'm kind of happy he's gone though. So that's just my opinion on that.
Is that what it is?
He was conservative.
The thing is, coming out of like whatever your power is usually on your team, even the backups or the guys that end up sitting on the practice squad, they end up gaining a little bit more experience just due to that unit that they play under is coached better than most other teams in the league. And the Denver Broncos have had a great front seven for the last 3, 4, 5 years, right? If I'm not mistaken. So,
yep. Von Miller just went to the Rams and he got another Super Bowl under his belt. So
and they got that other guy, Chubb, and they've had some other guys leave to go out in free agency. So, I mean, they've had some really good talent on that team, on that side of the ball, especially that front seven. You got to work on that back five.
I got to experience training camp with the Broncos, and it was great to see seeing them train and going after, hitting and stuff. It was a great experience seeing training camp in person. So what are you saying, Dirty?
The next pick is in for the Birmingham Stallions, and that is Chauncey Hayden, Haney. Hayne, that's the next pick there. Turner, I'm sure you've seen this kid somewhere down the line. What do you think of that one?
A Delaware guy, I think.
I think you are absolutely right, sir.
He's like the middle of nowhere, Delaware. Like Joe Flacco. But no, they create talent over there just as well. Guys over there are country buff. You ever hear the term, it's a country mile away, or he's country buff. He's one of those guys. I mean, look.
Well, hold on. Here you go. You ready, John? I got a little insight. Actually, no. He is not. He is from his hometown is Yarbrough, South Carolina.
Oh.
And guess where I had been for the last 4 months?
Don't tell me Yarbrough, South Carolina.
Yarbrough, South Carolina.
And they didn't have him up on every 7-Eleven window in the town?
Yeah, listen, here it is. So he is one of 13 children. He played for, like you said, NGU in a reserve, true freshman, 13 and a half tackles, 13 tackles and 1.5 sacks in his sophomore campaign.
I got to look it up. He's got to be Catholic. Got to be Catholic.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he is. I'm just saying.
13, 1 of 13, he's Catholic.
That doesn't mean nothing. North Greenville University is where he is from. Outside linebacker, 6'5", 245.
That's a good size.
That's a very good size. 18 years old.
Holy crap.
Because he was born in 98.
What? No, that means
no. Yeah, born in 98. I'm just reading his stats.
No, that'd be 24.
Yeah, right.
24.
I'm just reading his stats. 1998. On here it says 18 years old. I don't know why it says that. But
the article was 4 years ago.
Well, no, because it has it all the way up to 2018. He played 10 games for the Crusaders in 2018 with 10 starts, finished his career best in tackles at 16.5 for losses with a 6.5 and in sacks with 2.5. Also had pass breakups and led the team with 3 block kicks. Not a bad stat.
I like it. He's got the look.
He definitely has the look. So the next one is a Nassar player for the Maulers.
I've seen his name before. Nazir. I think it's Nazir.
Is that how they say it? Nazir?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, whatever.
East Tennessee State. That's is he just coming out of the draft now? Because that's where Eddie George was coaching, I believe, this past fall.
Another kid right from Columbia, South Carolina, which I wasn't very far from there either.
It was just Southern hospitality, feeding them well down there.
Yeah. Kid is 6'5", 241. It's a good size.
That's pancake size. Pancakes.
That's a good size. He'd been on Tampa Bay Buccaneers roster practice squad. So a little bit of NFL experience. Now, are we going to say that NFL experience is a practice squad? Are we going to say that's good?
I think you're kind of wasting your time, although you do get to practice at a pro level. I mean, these guys actually participate in practice. And, like, I'm sure you've heard of, like, such and such player ran as Lamar Jackson's ghost or whatever at practice this week. You know what I mean? They usually pull a guy up from the practice squad and have him act like the quarterback that's really mobile that they're going to face that week. So, like, you may not always get the experience practicing the reps over and over and over again that you want, but I'm sure you're allowed to be at the facility every day, lifting weights, running around. You're right there listening to the coaches make decisions at practice, put a game plan together. So if you're paying attention, if you're watching, you're listening, and you're paying attention physically as much as you are allowed to, I'm pretty sure it's the most valuable of any, play on the planet, even like playing in the CFL or playing in the XFL or I still think that practice squad in the NFL is probably a little more valuable.
Okay. Jarrett?
I totally agree with his comments. Like, yeah, being, just because you're on a practice squad doesn't, make you less of a person. You can still go to their training camp, training facilities. You're still doing the routines and the training regiments. And I'm sure there's been plenty of practice squad players that have made it, they made it to the, on a 53-man roster, and then they broke out to become a star. So I don't know if Terrell Davis, if he was one of them. He was on special teams, and then he broke out with a big hit, and then like the rest was history at running back. So, and you can become a Hall of Famer, so you just need that one opportunity and the one shot,
Okay.
And that's what they're doing with the XFL and the USFL is giving them another opportunity, so.
So now let's talk about a minute while we wait for the next pick to come in, right? Let's talk about it. The XFL had announced yesterday that they have struck up their partnership with the NFL. If you do recall, there's a really good website. I think it's called something a footballshit.com or something like that. Or John Turner has an ego bigger than Dirty's, I think, something like that, right? What's that website called, John?
Something like that.
Right? Oh, there it is. afootballworld.com.
I'm taking a hiatus from writing articles. I've got COVID, right? I don't have the energy for it right now. So.
Well, no, but let's talk about it. You wrote an article back in February about the NFL and how they're going, the XFL, how they're going to strike up a deal with the NFL and all that. What is your guys' take on it? Because we did the special last night on the XFL talk show because, we got the 2 nights of the draft, so we're dedicating Pro Football Alliance for the next 2 nights. Well, what's your guys' take on the USF or the XFL partnering up with the XFL?
You want to go, John? Oh, me on me? Personally,
Jared, you might want to go first because Turner's going to be here a while on that one.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've despised the NFL for a long time with their touchdown celebrations. You can't do any of that. XFL was, saying that we're not their league, and they made football fun. I got to remember that there was actually hard hits in football because I actually forgot about that for a while until I seen some of the hard hits that were in the XFL. Made me love it even more. If the partnership is about innovation and technology, I'm all for it. I think it's one little step closer for them to be the, farm or developmental league of the NFL. Maybe, pro players will be dropping down to the XFL to get some experience, or vice versa. Player gets a call up to go to the NFL. And then they might be looking at XFL footage or replays in the future, of certain players, to decide if they want them on the team. Because you had Taylor Heineke, you had PJ Walker, you had Storm Norton, you had Donald Parham, and many others that have done well in the NFL, or at least good enough to be on the team for the NFL team. And I think the partnership, if they need funding, the NFL it's going to help their survivability rate, if you want to call it that. I think they could have done without the NFL, but it's not going to hurt, I don't think. So as long as the NFL ain't dictating and telling the XFL what to do, like rules and that sort of thing, it's okay. I know every year they seem to change the rule. They want to always change the rules the NFL does, for better or for worse, which I think is kind of stupid at some point. But they know that the XFL revolutionized a lot of things like the Sky Cam and many other things like the kickoff, for example. So they know that it seems like the XFL is revolutionary and they think of great ideas. So they're smart for doing that. But I think the NFL, they want The Rock. They want that 300 million followers, and they know that he's the only thing that's bigger than the NFL. And they're taking the opportunity. So as long as the XFL gets something in return, I just hope hopefully they don't sell their soul. That's all I'm hoping for. I'm done.
Okay, Turner?
I just think it was a necessary move for them to just give a little bit of insurance towards them staying in business. I mean, when if I go to prison, long haul, I'm asking around, like, who is the biggest gangster up in this joint? And I am either going to beat the shit out of him or I'm going to become his best friend really fast. Okay. So one of those two things are going to happen, if not both. And I think that's what the XFL wanted to kind of get done. Let's get a deal with them. If they want to test out some microchip rules, things that will help analytics stats and ball placement. If they want to test out eye in the sky, okay, which is something they did 2 years ago, the NFL kind of sort of dabbled in it a little bit and didn't really commit. Maybe they want to test out referees looking for certain types of penalties. One of the things I've talked about, I've got a friend named Ben Dempsey. He's one of the admins at a Football World. He says, I'll bet you, John, they're going to have a strike zone for quarterbacks in the near future, meaning you can't hit them too low, you can't hit them too high. It's going to have to kind of be in the strike zone, somewhere between the balls and the tips. You know what I mean?
That sucks.
Well, that was his prediction.
Yeah.
I do not disagree with him at all. And what if they want to ask the XFL, see if you can get the referees to kind of keep an eye out for this kind of penalty, see if there's any correlation to injuries, because they always proclaim that they're looking for injury and player safety and all that crap they like to feed us.
Right. Now, if you recall, a few months back, I had mentioned this was in October when a certain individual was in an airplane with her XFL stuff. And underneath that, there was a little badge, kind of looked like the NFL logo. If you recall, I said it then that the XFL was going to be working with the partnership with the NFL, and you guys all called me nuts and crazy.
I never did. I believe I believed you. I respected your opinion on it, and there was a little portion of it sticking out. So yeah, I understand why you thought so, and I was hoping not a little bit, but that's the case. And they did CFL, and then now they're going for the NFL. So I didn't like the CFL talk so much myself, but that's just my opinion.
In my opinion, I'm not happy about it. I don't think it's a smart move, but I understand why they did it, and it shows that they're here to play. And I just hope that this isn't one step away from the developmental league. That's all I hope it isn't.
I hope it doesn't ruin the gameplay and bog it down or make it not as fun as it was in 2020. So that
is true. That's all I hope. Turner, what do you think of that?
Whatever it is, I just think that we're going to see one or maybe a handful of games on the NFL Network. I think they can really help the league out just by airing a couple of games. God forbid they do an end of the weekend highlight, half an hour or 15 minutes dedicated to rundowns. That would really, I think, help those fringe fans across the world that follow only the NFL. Like, these people don't watch college, they don't watch any other level. They don't really. If it wasn't for the NFL, they would never care about football.
NFL fanboys. Yep.
Yeah, the elitists or whatever. So, like, if you can get those people to say, "Oh, wow, those are some pretty good highlights," I think I might check a couple games out next weekend. You know what I mean? I think that's how the NFL could really benefit the XFL. But then it comes down to how much does the NFL really want to help the XFL, and are they just kind of telling the XFL, do us a couple favors, and we won't go out of our way to put you out of business?
XFL could do themselves. The XFL could have done it without the NFL. I mean, strongly believe that. But yeah, I get what you're saying on that. Yep.
We got an ex-Dallas Renegade just drafted here.
All right, who is it? Because that's what I've been looking for.
James Folston Jr. From the University of Pitt. He played for the Renegades. He's bounced around some practice squads in the NFL. Graduated in 19, I think. And he is now playing on your New Orleans Breakers. Western Michigan, Eric Asuya. You guessed the pronunciation. He is headed down to Pittsburgh to the Maulers. Welcome to the Maulers, Eric. Western Michigan has been playing pretty good football last few years. They just re-signed their coach for like a 10-year deal or something, didn't they? Seth Thomas. Let's see, Northern Iowa? Yeah, Northern Iowa. He is going to the Birmingham Stallions.
Northern Iowa's pretty decent.
I mean, they're no Maryland, but yeah.
Probably like for like offensive linemen and defensive, they're pretty good.
If you're into that kind of thing. And then we got one more on my screen here. My screen's getting a little jumpy. Maybe it's their Twitter page.
Yeah, no, that's what I keep looking at. It's a real jumpy page.
Well, I've noticed that they've gotten in the last 10 minutes. I've been listening to you guys talk and talking with you.
Yeah,
they've had 5,000 new followers in the last like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that. That's good. Good for them. Good for them.
That is good for them.
I'm happy. Now, here it is. Now that we're getting the draft going, right? How do you think that this is actually they're actually going to help more? That now that we're starting to see stuff, do you think this is actually going to help them more?
What?
Get followers?
Get followers and people more involved in jumping into the game.
Well, more attention, more publicity is more publicity. So you want to get
right.
Again, I still think it's very stupid that they couldn't have carved out an hour or so on Fox Sports 2 or whatever.
Or maybe have it on their official page, just a stream on their official website.
I guess that's money that they'd rather not spend right now, and that's something they look into doing year 2. Is having a live stream up. I can understand the logic of not wanting to spend the money year 1. It's unnecessary. And they probably realize that their diehards are going to be with them anyway.
What's so hard about getting like your president or commissioner or whatever to step on the camera and like talk about some stuff, like it hasn't been done yet. And there was no Super Bowl ad. We didn't talk about that. I think they've been really frugal with their money, and they haven't shown any people so much. We had to, that big press conference in Birmingham? We had to like go out of our way to try to find the video for it because it wasn't even on the USFL website. And I think they've not done a good job with just promoting and getting some faces, to talk about it, get Daryl Johnson or whatever to talk about it. Brian Woods, I don't know. That's just my opinion, is that they haven't done a good job or done good enough.
Well, ask yourself something, and maybe this is something you want to Google just to enlighten yourself. I'm not particularly too interested in this answer, but how much does it take to get
shit, look who joined us.
I know, there he is.
Well, there's a guy.
How much does it take, guys, to get a camera in out there with 3 or 4 personnel? You got to have a driver. You got to have a guy hitting buttons. You got to have a guy messing with sound. You got to have a guy holding the camera. You got to have a guy holding the microphone, and then maybe a lights guy. You know what I mean? Like this stuff costs money. So like I remember when I owned a construction company, if a lady asked me to come out and touch up some area of a job we did that wasn't under the part of the warranty that we offered her, there was a mobilization fee. And that mobilization fee was like $1,300. Okay, we had to go there and do a day-long job that's not scheduled for you. Yes, you're a previous customer, but it costs money. Shit ain't free, bro. So what I'm saying is that to set up a stage and to bring all that equipment and make sure everybody's paid that's holding the equipment and messing with it, that stuff costs money. And then this internet stuff, like putting stuff out there on TV channels and websites, that ain't free either, even if they own it. Would you? And about the Super Bowl, The Rock didn't put out a commercial either. But think about this.
They got a year.
Well, think about this now. A Super Bowl commercial costs like $5 million minimum.
Yeah.
That's a 33% of what they just paid for the entire league. You can't spend that kind of money. But look.
What about Daytona 500? Did they get an advertisement during the Daytona 500? I didn't see nothing, but I didn't watch much of it.
I don't know.
They did? Okay.
I probably wouldn't have looked at it if they did. But what I'm saying is that The Rock the next day announces a partnership. So he didn't need to air a commercial. He announced.
Oh shit! Hold on, boys. We got some picks that have just came in.
Let's see.
All right, since you're here, we're gonna go with the New Orleans Breakers. James Folston Jr. drafted by the Breakers. The Maulers have Eric Assantos. Is that how you say it? Assoua. Asawa. He was the second pick. Then we have the Birmingham Stallions, Seth Thomas. And then the Gamblers are picking Draquan Brown. And the Generals have Malik, Hamner, out of Jackson State.
Good to see HBCU in the mix. Another one.
Isn't he the first? Who was the other one? Who was the first one?
That was a guy from not. I think he is the first one because the other one I heard from the pick was East Tennessee State, and that's not an HBCU. Tennessee State is.
I thought that's where Eddie George was.
No, he's at TSU, Tennessee State, where my lovely future fiance went to school. So, but that's the thing, HBCU's Jackson State. That's great. Always great to hear when you because you want to get more players. You got more talent everywhere. So there's always going to be a place, a home for somewhere. That's why I don't have a problem with Jordan Te'amu being in Tampa.
Stop it. I do.
And that's the thing, man.
I do.
He's going to go wherever his football looks desire, man. If USFL looking good, same thing for Bruno Reagan, man. Bruno Reagan was a battle hawk. Because he was a battle hawk, he's not going to be a battle hawk again. He's playing in the USFL. Hopefully, good luck to him. Glad for Jordan. Even good luck to Jeremiah Spicer, man. Jeremiah Spicer has been on the hot trail saying, I'm the best linebacker in the league. So I'm hoping that becomes true, that he gets an opportunity because I want to see him out there. That was one of the names that, we have kind of followed for the last 3 years.
Yep.
That is true.
You take it wherever you can because, I've seen Bronco players go to the Raiders, and as long as they get another opportunity, that's what matters. So
shout out to those that joining in tonight. Even Azrael Hartono, who had to be blocked because he was starting to start spam on YouTube.
Well, yeah, if you go and watch all the other stuff, like if you go over. Go watch the other ones over there at News Hub. They got a bunch of hot.
Nope, I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm producing this show. I'm not gonna let you do that.
I'm saying if you want to go watch their shows, you could go over there and watch it. They just have a lot. They have a lot of people on there spamming hot web girls and stuff like that. I'm not saying not to go watch their show.
The more subscribers you have, the more potential spam you're going to have.
Let's get one thing straight. On the internet, you can buy subscribers, and that's what they do. Look at all
right. Okay, hold on. Stop it, John. Stop it. I'm just saying they have a lot of spam on there, so be careful.
You really think they can get 75 shares in 30 seconds after posting? I don't think so. Those are bot subscribers.
But you can come over to Pro Football Alliance, and you're not going to get spammed.
We're organic. We're organic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This is the Pro Football Alliance USFL Day 1 Draft Special. I am your host, Dirty, and my panelist, John Turner. I think he's got to go do something. From right out of there, my panelist down there in Tampa for the Tampa Bay Bandits, who now has my favorite Battlehawk player,
Jared Hansen.
And then my producer, I guess he got bored and wanted to join in, our great producer for the Houston Gamblers.
I got a question for you, A-Train, about the Gamblers.
Go for
What
it,
did you
Jared.
think about those? What did you think about those pants? Those colored pants that they had? Like, why did they just do black pants or gray pants?
You know what? It's not even. I know the uniform is big and whatnot. Like I understand that, but that's not going to be my mindset. The mindset is going to be the hat and the jersey. I can care less about
they
the
did
pants.
good. I like the colors and I like the logo. So yeah, but
Yeah,
the pants,
exactly.
you won't be buying the pants. No matter
I even
what.
like the hashtag all in. You know what I mean? That's great. And we never did get that other hashtag from
Yeah, what are all the hashtags?
Oh God,
Giddy Up
Gold
was
Blue
like,
Wave was one. Stars in or something like that. I couldn't remember.
All right, guys, we have another pick in for the Philadelphia Stars. They pick Carol Phillips out of Illinois. Now, I like this pick. Kid just right over here across the river from us, Arlington. I think this is a good pick for the Stars. I like it a lot. Anybody else want to say anything on this pick?
I mean, the Colts have had the best defensive line in the NFL the last kind of an off year this year, but the two previous years, I mean,
I agree.
Their front seven is just dominant. And if he got to practice with some of those guys, he learned how to play a lot of really solid football in Indianapolis. Their win-loss record really didn't, tell us much. But look at the team stats. And you'll see that they were up there. And look where they are. They stone running backs like a Haitian dictator in Indianapolis.
Oh, my God.
The Colts did much better than these previous seasons. They've done better than I ever thought. So when Philip Rivers was with them, and then wasn't Carson Wentz, they did all right with those two quarterbacks protecting them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Arlington. Where's Arlington?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
University of Illinois guy, Arlington.
I don't care about the University of Illinois. The university, and that's another thing. Nothing against the guy himself. Nothing against Phillips. I'm sick of everybody in St. Louis jumping on Illinois. They don't give a damn about us.
It's a better team. It's a better team than Mizzou.
I'm sorry, you the host, but listen, man. Champaign is over 200 miles from St. Louis compared to Columbia. And I understand the Columbia and St. Louis, Missouri ties is the big school. They only have football in the state. Leave Illinois alone. That goes for St. Louis.
Illinois did pretty well last year.
Illinois, do they play in Chicago with Illinois State?
They play in Chicago, and
no. Illinois plays in Champaign.
They play in Champaign.
Yeah.
They have two schools. They have two schools in Illinois and Chicago. That's UIC and Chicago State.
Yeah, they have Northwestern.
Yeah, Chicago State.
Northwestern for sure. Yeah.
Northwestern's in Chicago.
In Northwestern.
Yeah, but now remember, Arlington. Carroll, he played 12 games and had 9 sacks in 12 games. That's not bad.
No, it's not.
In his last year.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You got to remember, he was being taught under the great Lovie Smith too for a couple of those years before Lovie left.
That's the beautiful thing about the USFL is you'll get somebody that you don't get on the NFL's radar, but can definitely get on the USFL's radar.
Hello.
So, that'll be huge without question.
Mm-hmm. John, Jarrett?
Coming from Illinois? I think he's good. Yeah, he's a good pick. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, front seven member of the Colts, whether he spent 1 or 2, seasons there, kind of being a part of the rotation. That's a lot of great unreplaceable experience, in my opinion.
Right. Okay. So let's go with this. So far, we have 3 rounds down, right? We're almost at the end of round 4, right?
We are at the end.
Oh, did we get the last 2 picks for Tampa and
yeah, it looks like we got a Florida man, Adam Schuler.
Yep.
Okay, I haven't seen it. It hasn't came over on mine yet.
Florida Gators they weren't so good this year.
Staying home. He goes from Gainesville to Tampa Bay. That's like
not
what?
Far at all.
45-minute drive, Jared?
It's not far, like
No, not at all.
150 miles or something like that, or around there.
Far?
It's a ways. I'll double check for you guys, okay?
Gainesville to Tampa.
Gainesville's quite a bit north. It's north of Orlando, so I'll double check for you. Florida didn't do too good. They were they got a bowl game when they were like this. They had the same wins and losses, and then they lost to UCF, University of Central Florida, in the bowl game. I was wanting to go to it and I missed out on it, but yeah, UCF beat them for the first time in like school history.
Guys, I'm gonna call it right now as I'm seeing this and looking at all of the draft and looking at everybody that we've done so far. As much as I hate to admit it, the fans that stand up to poop seem to be doing pretty good on the drafting.
Which ones are those again?
It's Tampa.
I'm standing up right now. Oh yeah, baby. Okay. All right. Anyways.
I mean,
let me
Tampa's doing pretty good.
Let me ask you something. We know that the head coach is the general manager also, right? They've stolen that idea now, 3 spring seasons in a row. How much do you think the head coach alone, like how many, do you think it's a combination between him, his offensive and defensive coordinator? They haven't announced that either any team has like a team president. So,
all right, last pick in for the Panthers, Chase DeMore, Central Washington.
Not as hot as Demi DeMore, but I'll take it. He looks like a brick shit house. A very big dude.
Oh, my God. This is the Pro Football Alliance USFL Draft Special. We are brought to you by Pack22.com. Call Matt over there at 727-452-2645 to start your account today. And we are fueled by Cafe Piazza. Hey, boys, let's do this. We've been going for an hour and a half. Or do you want to wait to round 5? Because now we go into the offensive tackles.
Oh, God.
Or do you want to take a little bit of a break at round take a few minute break at round 6?
Oh yeah, this is going a little bit. This is going until like 10 o'clock, huh?
Right. Yeah.
I'll come back when I want to come back. Probably like wide receivers or
I say collectively to take a break, and if people can come on maybe at the end, because what are they going to do? Or if you want to get to halfway, like 8 or something again, like what other positions? When are the running backs coming?
What sucks is like some of the good ones are later on, which we got to look at that because.
So here it is. So here I have it for you. So I have offensive tackles for rounds 5, 6, and 7. Then round 8, 9, and 10 and 11 are your corners, and in round 12 is your quarterbacks.
Let's get on during the last round of the cornerbacks, and we can do a quick review if anybody stands out, and then we can talk about these backup quarterbacks that they're going to bring in. Oh, boy, this ought to be a hoot.
I am game with that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take we're going to take a pause for a cause real quick, people. Thank you guys for joining us right now. I know John is feeling a little bit under the weather, so we're going to do that. We're going to let John rest up a tad. So I say, what are we going to say? 9 o'clock we come back?
Yeah, we got to make sure it's Eastern or Central time. So
well, it'll be
East 1 hour ahead for me.
20 minutes,
10
Jared, 20 minutes.
You want to do 20 minutes?
Well, they got so many rounds coming up. Yeah, I'll come back when I come back. How about that for myself? So I'm
saying, how about we go? Because this is supposed to go to.
You meant 9 Central.
Well, no, because it's over at 10 o'clock Eastern.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right. It is going to go quick.
It's got to be a 15-minute break or 14-minute.
Okay.
Are we really that? Is it really that early already?
It's 8:41 in my neighborhood.
Eastern time.
Oh yeah, dude! I'm telling you, I'm still getting used to this being in the Eastern time zone for the last 4 months has really gotten me jacked up.
You suck. You suck, and you're horrible at it.
They're doing 60-second picks, right? So they're going to blow through 8 picks in 5 minutes, which means we get 4 rounds off. So come back in about 6 or 7 minutes.
We'll come back at 8 o'clock.
Central time. Okay.
Central time, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Central. We're going to keep the feed up going. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back up. If you guys want to chat it or whatever, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
I want to be the first to say welcome. Welcome home to the USFL. So, you know, Birmingham has a deep history as a sports town and a connection to USFL. Wardeen Alexander likes to remind me that this is a sports town and you have super sports fans here. I'm not sure y'all heard that horse. Just a minute ago, maybe they should keep the door open. We're gathered in a venue that brings together the connection of what regional cooperation really looks like in vision. And so we're excited to be the city to host this inauguration. Our commitment as well to Legion Field cannot go not said. That being the choice home for the entire inaugural season, both stadiums, this is really, really a big deal for our community, everybody. And so I look forward to cheering on the Stallions, not only here at this stadium, but Legion Field. And as Eric has said, Birmingham has a lot to offer. Both of these stadiums will have a lot to offer, and we look forward to playing and being committed to be a good host.
Listen, guys, our numbers are down. I am really concerned with that.
We had that meeting on Tuesday, and again, I'm sorry to say, it was still...
Yeah, I'll take the red snapper, 37 on 2.
We're going to go goal line. Do the X39, 3 disaster.
Tonight's special is going to be an oven-baked salmon and a 32 sweep reverse with the X disaster.
You're going to get steak, right?
Yeah. Need more football? USFL launches this April. Unbelievable. Hey. Huh? Need more football? The USFL coming this April.
What the league is offering is an opportunity for the players and the staff involved in the USFL, to complete their 4-year college education or to go on and get their master's.
We're excited to be partnering with Strayer and affording our players with an opportunity to continue to pursue their degrees, whether it be an undergraduate degree or a advanced degree.
It's an amazing opportunity, and not just for the players, but for the staff as well.
You know, you cross paths with former players that just don't have anything. They haven't gone back. They didn't get that degree. It's been 10 years, it's been 20 years.
We have a full program of tuition, free, no strings attached, and we're going to offer this to all of our players, every member of our staff, to take advantage of this for a BA or a master's.
And so when you look at having the opportunity, being at this young age, some of them are stepping away from school right now to step in and pursue this opportunity because physically you have a limited window that you can play this game professionally.
We think it is something that's going to revolutionize professional leagues.
We're going after some younger players, so to be able to do that, to have that in place, if you're a JUCO player and you just don't see a 4-year university in your future and you'd like to chase your football dream, you can come to the USFL and we can still help you get that degree.
That's a league that cares about who their employees are.
It really sets the tone that we care about the players. We want to benefit them not just through providing this platform, this professional football league for them to continue to develop, for them to live out their dreams of being a professional football player, but more importantly, what we're looking to do for them after they leave the league. So advancing their education, putting them in a position to be gainfully employed after their playing career is over with. I think we're fully committed to that.
Turn my music down, Mr. Producer. Turn my music down. Turn that music down, Mr. Producer. Come on, turn it down. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody. I am a huge fan of this man. This guy is possibly one of my most favorite people since I've started these broadcasting journeys to interview. This is a man who made a name for himself in the XFL. This is a man who has made himself a name all around the local California area. The one, the only Mr. Jeremiah Spicer. Sir, how are you?
Doing good, man. Hanging in there, taking it one day at a time.
Yeah, hey, brother, thank you so much for joining us on tonight's show. We just saw the breakdown. I'm sure you were probably waiting for that phone call.
Man, I'm just like, right now, I've been waiting on it, but I just try not to worry about it, try not to stress over it too much.
Right, I get you,
Yeah.
But you still, you got day two. The way they broke it down with doing the DNs and the edges, you're more that, middle linebacker type guy or whatever. So you're definitely going to get picked up somewhere tomorrow. I know you've been paying attention to the draft.
Yeah.
In the USFL. So my question to you, which team right now seems to have has been doing the best on the drafting?
I can't call it. I got a lot of bros on different teams. So
is that how you're gonna do it? Is that how you're gonna do me?
I got a lot of people I play with on different teams. So it's all love right now. And whatever team pick me, that's gonna be the best team. So.
Well, yes, that's definitely okay. So let's talk about the defensive guys. Let's really look at some of the guys because that was rounds 2 through 3, right?
Yeah.
So you have Devin Bellamy, Carlos Kemp, Aaron D. I can't pronounce his last name, but you have Chris Odom, Bryson Young, Freedom, who I'm a huge fan of his. You have Malik Brown, and then Adoye. Then you had Walker, Michael Scott, which is from my favorite TV show, The Office.
Yeah.
You have Gus Cumberland, Colin Hill, Ahmad Gooden, Chauncey Handy, and then you had Nazier Player, Santa Moore for the Breakers. So I mean, out of those names right there, who would you like to be teamed up with? Behind. You're sitting there and you're tapping that guy saying, hey, cover the A gap. I got the B gap coming across. Which of those guys would you be wanting to, what of those guys would you be wanting to pair it up with?
Oh, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's still a lot of guys that need to get drafted, and it's more than just one guy that's going to help the team, So it's a system. So whoever fits,
Right now,
that's
right now they don't have a team there in California, right?
Yeah.
So we're all going to Birmingham. I know that you got your, I seen that you signed your USFL deal and all that stuff to be entered into the draft and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So now, let's just play fantasy booking. I'm going to try to get you to say something. Let's say fantasy booking, right?
Yeah.
Which team, let's rank them from 1 to 8. Which team would you like to play for the most? Look, I got John Turner. I got John Turner laughing at me because they know I'm going to try to get you to commit to something.
The team that offered me the contract first. That's the team.
Damn it, Jeremiah! Come on, you're killing me. You're killing me, brother. You're killing
that's
me.
the team. That's the team. Because I like to feel wanted. So.
I get you. I get you.
So.
I get you. Now I know that you've been in contact with the USFL and all of that stuff. Are the rules are there rules going to be any more different than what the XFL and the Alliance and the indoor are. Those other rules going to be any more different than what we're going to see, or is it going to be kind of the same game?
From my understanding, it's going to be NFL rules.
NFL rules, okay.
Yeah, so I guess they them in the NFL basically pretty much like teamed up, just like pretty much what the XFL is doing. They're going to test out the rules for the NFL and all this different stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So now, with that being said, I know that it looks like it's cold there in Southern California.
Yeah, man, it's been cold for like a week.
Well, what's the temperature there? I'll tell you what it is here in St. Louis.
I'm not sure what the temperature is. I gotta look on my weather, but it ain't that cold right now. It's probably like 50 degrees, like 60 degrees, probably like something like that.
60? You got me by 30. You got me by 30, brother. It's 30 degrees here, and we're getting ready to get 5 inches of snow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, look, man. You know where you at? That's what y'all used to that.
No, I did. No, dude. I was in South Carolina for the last 4 months, man. It was beautiful and warm. Back in St. Louis, it's cold and miserable.
Yeah. But I can't wait to get to Alabama, though, where, it's hot and humid.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Now, speaking of that, how do you think that's going to affect the gameplay that you guys are going to be in just one city? Because you did play some football.
It's going to be, what you make. Life is what you make it. So, I don't know about everybody else. I know what I'm going to do.
What are you going to do? Kick some ass?
Man, you already know. I'm coming humble. I'm coming. I learned a lot while I was in XFL. I'm a different person. I grew a lot, and we got way smarter, faster, everything. So, I'm coming, to finish the story. You know what I mean?
Right. Now let's talk about, because you just came out of that IFL league, right? The indoor football league, right?
Yeah, I was in the FCF too.
That's right. Now, how do you think that's going to translate? Because that's a faster game.
Yeah,
that's a faster game.
I played arena already, but like arena pretty much it makes your reaction skills way faster because you got to react like right now.
Right.
So that's pretty much what it does. Is just like me, I already have good instincts and stuff like that. It's like I don't know. I'm just waiting on my shot, man, to make it to the big league, man. That's all I'm looking for, man, and show my talent and be undeniable,
Right. Now I'll say this, Jeremiah. You were possibly one of the big stories of XFL 2020 with your story that they told. They did an entire, little interview thing on you and stuff like that, and the stuff that you do over there in Southern LA and South Central with your camps and all of that stuff. And the support that you have from your people over there in South Central Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it? I mean, explain to people what it means to have that drive, just to keep going, knowing you're not going to give up on your dream and you're going to do it one day.
Well, that drive is the only way you can make it, especially if you're coming from like rock bottom or something like that. Like a lot of dudes are like, if you're not a first and second round draft pick in the NFL, then pretty much like you're skating on ice. And I've been trying to tell a lot of guys that like they be like, I'm this, I'm good, I'm this, I'm that. I'm like, man, there's 3,000 other good athletes, great just like you. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta find out what makes you different, and that's what's gonna separate you. That's pretty much what I do. I just like to separate myself from everybody. I don't really worry about other people like that. If it ain't congratulations, and you know what I'm saying, I'm just worried about myself. I just, I'm trying to help somebody. But other than that, I'm just been trying to focus on myself and just trying to make my dream come true.
There you go. All right. So it was 9:00, and we were going to bring back John Turner in to help finish up the rest of the draft. John, look who it is. We are graced with somebody special tonight on our show.
Very special indeed. I know this man, Jeremiah.
What's up, man?
Long time no speak. Now, here's a question. Have you been able to look at the deal they've offered to you guys as players and compare it to what the XFL was offering a couple years ago? And I remember you told me you talked to Mike Singletary. Maybe you were about to get on a plane or a bus and head on over to Memphis, but they ended up going out of business. So, like, how does the USFL compare to these previous spring leagues as far as taking care of their players, paying you guys, and making sure that it's not a waste of your time financially? Have you been able to see any of that on paper?
Well, I'm grateful, man, to be in my position that I'm in. You know, I'm not like other guys. I just, you can give me a seed and I can make a trade. So, what's up, bro? Writing like a motherfucker. Yes.
See, John, this is a guy that's famous all over Southern Los Angeles. Look at that. People are seeing him on the street and they're coming up to him.
He looks like he's about ready to be an extra on the show Snowfall.
So, I mean, Jeremiah, hey, dude, listen, I know that you're busy, and
I'm pretty famous all over the little area. Everybody know who I am.
Oh, yeah, they do.
A lot of kids, I motivate a lot of kids. Plus, I did motivational speaking, so I spoke to over 25,000 kids. So.
Yeah, see, now, John, this is what I'm talking about. These leagues like this, the XFL and the USFL, are perfect for guys like Jeremiah and the inspiration that he could bring to these other kids. You know what I mean? Just by what he does.
I agree, and I also think it's a great outlet for them to get into coaching if playing doesn't quite work out for all of them. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of you got a 20-man staff on a coaching staff. Every team needs coaches. So don't be afraid to step into that realm, because as we've already seen, there's some coaches out there making some pretty good money.
Jeremiah, would you be opposed to
you don't have to be tackled or tackled.
One thing you want to know, one thing I learned about life?
What?
Like, always chase your dream. Really don't listen to other people. Like, you do what you do when their time comes, And 9 times out of 10, like, if a person been chasing their dream that long, they pretty much probably 9 times out of 10 they know what they're gonna do already after. And like, I'm more talented at a lot of different things than just football. So football is just my dream. I got a lot of different things I do that I'm good at.
Well, there you go. I mean, hey, Jeremiah, I do want to say thank you for joining us on such short notice. I just reached out to you. I mean, hey, day 2, I'm going to be rooting for you. I mean, there's a certain player, George Amu, I'm a Battle Hawks fan.
I be trying to show people, too. I be trying to show people, like, don't listen to other people. Like, I got told to hang my cleats up when I was 23.
I know, right?
I got my first NFL workout when I was 28, so I don't listen to other people. Like, when it comes to different things like chasing my dream and stuff like that, I show other people how not to give up. It don't matter what nobody says. Like, if you want that, you can get it, but you just gotta make it through the storm. It's gonna be stormy. You just gotta make it through the storm.
There you
go.
go.
Gonna be easy.
There you go. Jeremiah, again, thank you so much for joining us tonight on such short notice. I do appreciate it. I know John appreciated it. Tell everybody where they can find you at, just to show you the support and the love. Because, hey, listen, you guys want a motivational speaker? This is the guy right here. Jeremiah Spicer's the guy that you should
tell
have.
Everybody, like, man, even for y'all, chase your dream. You could be just like Fox Sports, everybody else. It's all up to you and what you want to do.
Wait, we're a lot more fun than Fox Sports, though.
I'm just saying. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just talking about like GMC. Everybody started how they started, and just like me, look where I started. You know what I mean? Look where I'm about to be. So it's all about where you want to be at.
There you go, John. You got anything else for Jeremiah? Right there at Twitter at KingStruck24.
KingStruck24. My Instagram is StruckTheWorld33.
Arlington. Hold on, Jeremiah.
Hope we can
Go
see
on.
out there playing intense, laying some pops, cracking the pads out there.
What it do, man?
What's up, baby?
What it do? Yeah.
Jeremiah, you're probably talking to 3 of your biggest supporters right here. The 3 of us have been singing your praise since we found you. I know John did a big thing on you on a Football World. I mean, I know that you've been on mine in Arlington show 100 times.
Every one of y'all for everything y'all ever did for me, because I remember everything y'all did. Y'all been my supporters since the beginning, so thank y'all, man. Much love and respect.
Yeah.
And that never ends, brother. That never ends, man, because we want to see you succeed. We want to see you do well. And we know how gifted that you are, man, and that you continuously doing things in the community, man. That's still awesome things to see. every single day that you're out there, man. And I know more people do need to follow you, man, because of what you're doing.
Yeah, man. A lot of people hate, like, a lot of people like look down on me like more than they like. You know, they start to come back around, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I come off too strong or whatever it is. But that's just the way my life made me. You know, that's how I got through everything I got through. You know, and that's the only way to get through the storm. You gotta be tough, man. You gotta be. That's why people think, man. I don't know, man. People gonna see. I'm just, you know, I gotta lead the example. You know, so. That's how people understand what I'm saying.
That sounds like that guy above you up there, Jeremiah, who's a hard-headed and loudmouth too. That guy sitting right next to me, John Turner. That's what he sounds like.
So let me ask you something real quick. All right, so it's almost a 50-50 split, offensive and defensive coaches. The defensive ones are Jeff Fisher up in Michigan. I mean, everybody's playing in Birmingham. Who else is defense, guys? Help me out here real quick.
One Bart Andrews was a defensive guy.
Yeah, he has been primarily a defensive guy. Philadelphia Stars coach.
Yeah.
Fedora.
Yeah, the Philadelphia head coach. He was team 9 coach in the XFL.
Yep.
And he was also the generals coach in the spring league.
Right. And Bart Andrews. So, like, in my opinion, just historically, looking at these coaches' body of work on paper and some of the guys that have come out of their programs, the guy that was the coach in North Carolina sticks out to me. They've put a lot of guys out of UNC into the next level and at the defensive side of the ball, although Chidzik had a lot to do with that. And Jeff Fisher, I mean, this guy drafts early round guys. I mean,
Jeff Fisher knows who I am. I met with Jeff Fisher.
Oh no, Jeremiah, please.
You better slide into them DMs.
Don't go to Jeff. Don't go to Jeff Fisher, please. Please don't go to Jeff Fisher, buddy. Please.
Jeremiah, as much as I would love to have you in Houston, if you were playing in Michigan, man, I think you'll be fine there, man. But I would love to see you in Houston because that's where I am currently. And when they get you guys out of that bubble, I'll come down and come see your games. You already know what's up, man.
Man, when Kevin Sumlin was coaching for the University of Houston, man, I always wanted to play for him too.
Yeah, see, I hope Sumlin sees this and know what's up.
He ended up leaving the school, and
yeah,
kind of changed. The culture kind of changed a little bit, but it's a lot of great coaches in there, and I talked to a coach. I ain't gonna say no names, and I know what I got to do and stuff like that.
I'm gonna get it out of you, Jeremiah. I'm gonna get it out of you. Now, Jeremiah, let's go back to what John had mentioned earlier about the contract and all of that stuff with the draft and all of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, we had the XFL 2.0. Yeah, unfortunately, it folded due to COVID restrictions, right?
Yeah.
But do now with the XFL now start striking their partnership up with the NFL, the USFL being on Fox and NBC, what do you think it would do to make a spring football league viable to last for more than one season? What do you think that they need to do from a player standpoint?
Pretty much, like, the biggest thing that I see with a lot of leagues, like, is marketing. Like, a lot of people don't know how to do guerrilla marketing. And I be trying to tell people about, I don't want to seem like I'm bigger than anybody or anything, like leagues or anything like that, so I'll just be being quiet. But some people, if they ask me, I tell them. Because I do it for myself. That's how I get my opportunities, and I need different things like that. You know what I mean? But, it's all about your marketing skills. And some people go to school for freaking 4 years, man, and do this stuff, and they graduate, get a degree, and still don't know how to market.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that. I mean, you definitely have marketed yourself very well. That's how you've gotten every single opportunity that you've gotten.
Yeah, like, even if it bothers people, it's like the radio station. What do? They play Drake 100 times, 100,000 times. Like, even if people get tired of hearing it, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy, man. Like, if you ain't ready to put in that work, then it ain't gonna happen like that, man. That's just everything, man. That's just life, Some people think they got money, they can take the easy way out, but shit, that don't work either.
John, I see you got something to say.
Well, with that being said, would you rather be a part of an on-the-ground marketing campaign where you guys are hitting up middle schools and elementary schools, giving out T-shirts, signing hats and balls, and
That's
talking
natural.
about, hey, man, here we are, we're representing the town. Don't forget to watch the game Saturday. Or would you prefer the league just paid for commercials and put out more of them?
I'd rather do both.
It's a more effective way of
I'd rather
marketing.
do both. I'd rather do both.
Both.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather go to the schools, talk to the kids, get in the community, and and do the commercials. Why not?
I think the organic.
If I'm investing in myself, if I'm investing in myself, and I'm a business owner, I'm going to do both. That's what I'm going to do because I know I had to get it out the mud. And I know what it takes to make it. You know what I mean? And survive while you out here in the wild. You know what I mean? You got to be out here. You got to be able to survive where you in the wild. And the business world, it's wild. It's a wild place. So.
When I lived, whether I lived in Miami, New York, Detroit, LA, DC, Baltimore, I can't remember a school year. Even when the year I lived in Santo Domingo, I lived 3 years, but I only went to school 1 year there. Even the year I was in school there, we had a Dominican baseball player come from the major leagues and talk to us. But every year I ever went to school, there was always some pro players from some team coming in to tell us, just say no, practice hard, be a part of a team, do what you gotta do, and you can be a pro too. You know what I mean? I
Exactly.
think if you're trying to touch that younger generation, and these are the shortest attention spans in America now. They forget what you just said like 30 seconds ago. So, but those are the ones you got to reach.
Yeah, they're the next generation for these leagues anyway, so, and for everything else, doctors, lawyers, everything. So those are pretty much the people I'm trying to reach, and especially like the kids who grew up in the urban areas and the poor and the ghetto who don't got nobody to motivate them and have motivation to make it out. You know what I mean? I got a lot of friends that still don't know how to make it out. I'm trying to show them the way, and they're still like traumatized and hypnotized, So I just gotta keep going and can't stop. Because I'm breaking through to them slowly but surely. People just gotta see me make it, so they really gonna believe it.
Yeah. Well, Jeremiah, again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I do appreciate it. I know that we're going to be talking about you tomorrow when they do the linebackers. I know we're going to be talking about you. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to give a dirty speculation, Turner. Are you ready? Arlington, are you ready? I'm telling you the team that's going to draft Jeremiah Spicer.
Michigan.
No, and I even hate to say it. I hate to say it
because Skid Row. Who's gonna draft Skid Row?
I'm gonna tell you who's drafted Skid Row because Jeremiah, you're gonna have to learn how to stand to poop. You're going to be drafted. You're going to no, Mr. Vance. It's not going to be Houston. Dirty speculation is Jeremiah Spicer is going to be drafted with Jordan Ta'amu out of in Tampa Bay. Jeremiah, you have to do something for me. If you do get drafted to Tampa Bay, right? When you get drafted to Tampa Bay, you have to teach the Tampa Bay fan base how to sit to poop because none of those guys know how to do that.
Me, man.
Please, will you teach them? Will you teach them how to do that?
Nah, man, I'm gonna teach them how to be great, man. That's what I'm teaching.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, don't listen to his.
I'm teaching them how to come up out their struggle and come up out that shit hole.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about, man.
They have a struggle sitting down to poop.
Yeah,
that's their problem. Jeremiah, tell everybody where they could find you at, and book Jeremiah Spicer for a motivational speech. The guy does a great job. Book him for one of your football camps. You want a guy who's got a great story and can teach kids how to play and hit hard. Yeah. Jeremiah's to do it. Jeremiah, where can they find you?
Man, they can find me on Instagram under Struck the World 33, STRUCK the World 33, and they can find me on Twitter under Kingstruck 24. And that's KING STRUCK 24.
All right, well, sir, thank you so much. I can't wait to call your name tomorrow night when you get drafted, and then maybe we'll get you back on tomorrow night and we can talk about that some more if your agent will let you, if you're not too big time for us.
Nah, I'm good, man. As long as the league ain't tripping, then I'll be straight.
All right, brother. Well, thank you so much, man. Good luck tomorrow, and keep fighting, brother.
Hey, yes, sir.
There you guys go. That's Jeremiah Spicer. John, one of my favorite people that I've met with the XFL and all of that. Jeremiah is just, in my opinion, I don't know how one of these leagues haven't sucked him up and have made a story and made him into a star because of what this guy's been through and how he just keeps going forward. You want to make a star, that's the guy to do it with right there, in my opinion.
I find it bizarre that in 2020, their top 3 linebackers all managed to find their way off the team before midway through the season. It's just very weird, and I really liked their coach, who was a linebacker as an NFL player and coached linebackers on the Packers. So I'm wondering if it was one of those situations where, like, look, I played linebacker in the NFL. You guys are trying to get to the NFL. You're going to do it my way or you're out of here. And that's it. They cut 2 of them and they traded the 3rd one to my defenders, and we got worse after that. So what I'm saying is, was it a coach player, just misadventure there, or what? Because these were 3 of the most promoted players in the entire league.
Let's look. Hold on.
Wait. Before you say something dirty, I already know where you about to go, John.
The vein is popping in my head. You see it?
John, he has been on this attack since he was announced, and he called out John Hayes. Ever since that day, he has, except wished death. He wanted destruction on Winston Moss.
You mean Winston Moss, yeah.
Yeah, he's been wanting destruction on Winston Moss ever since. So that's why his vein is popping out of his head right now as we speak. So
look.
Did we ever really get the full story?
No, here's the thing. That's the problem with Winston Moss. Winston Moss is what I consider a world-class idiot. Idiot. World-class idiot. He literally had some of the best players, right?
He fired Pepper Johnson at halftime week 1.
Thank you. Now listen, I've said it a million times. Sometimes you just have to let a player be the player they are, because that's what's got them to the game, right? That's what's got him to the game. People wanted to try to change Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson won a Super Bowl because Pete Carroll said, go out and do your thing, kid. And look what happened.
Let me ask you something. How many times?
But look, let's really look at this. Hold on. Let's go back to it. John, you've seen the tape on Jeremiah Spicer, have you not?
Yeah.
The guy hits. It's like watching Jadeveon Clowney hit dudes when he hits somebody. He hits them that hard.
But some of this stuff probably has to do with what happens off the field. Like, the conversations that occur between coach and player off the field and during, like, watching a film review or something like that. It's like, hey, you're not watching, or why do we have to watch this again? You know what I mean? It's like,
or is it that he's seeing something that the coach is not seeing?
Or vice versa. You don't know.
Right.
You don't
exactly.
know. You don't get the story. It's like the Brian Flores crap in Miami. What do we know? We know nothing.
Right.
Other than
yeah.
He's now on the Steelers.
Like, if you watched, Daniel Vance, you're right. It might have a lot to do with politics. But if you watch Jeremiah Spicer in the Spring League, right? When he played in the Spring League, he was one of the best hitters in the Spring League.
Right. But
you know what I'm saying?
He gave up a 30-burger before halftime week 1. And that's why he fired Pepper Johnson. He said, what the hell are you doing? We've been practicing this stuff. I gave you the best linebackers in the league. You let him drop a 30-burger on us. You're out of here. And he called
But I'm saying, in the Spring League, if you watch Jeremiah in the Spring League, he was one of the better linebackers in the Spring League.
You're right. For whatever reason, there was a disconnect. I'd love to know what it was, because their best 3 players were all let go.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know. We can always
if you're one of these two leagues, the USFL or the XFL, right? Okay. I'm looking through these names. We're already into round. We just finished round 8 or round 6 with the 8th pick, right? And it was the guy was Isaiah Battle.
I like him.
Okay, so you know who he is, out of Clemson, right? I did see a guy from Mizzou. Okay, where is he? Paul Adams, offensive lineman. Okay. The only reason why I know about this Blake Allen Camper, he's from the University of South Carolina, right? I actually met his relatives when I was staying in South Carolina. They talked to me about him. But really, I got to go all the way back up to the first round. All the way back up to the first round before I even noticed one person's name in here. And that's Jordan Ta'amu's, just for the simple fact that he was the Battlehawks quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I've heard a handful of these guys, but
I have too. I'm not nothing against any of these guys. They're doing something I couldn't do.
I still like to know why the Breakers and the Stallions got 4th round compensatory picks. What was that all about?
I have no idea. They didn't even say anything about that. But here's my question, though. You got a guy like Jeremiah Spicer. These are the leagues that you would want to build a superstar around, right? He's one of those guys you could build a story around.
I think he's got a compelling story, and I definitely think he's somebody that you would like to be able to put in front of one of these, what's the documentary?
Oh yeah, very well spoken.
Well, what's the show called?
Hard Knocks.
The Hard Knocksy type thing that if they're gonna go that route with the USFL, he's definitely one of those guys that would get you a lot of hits.
Oh, one most definitely would he. Now, with his playing style, right? And if I'm looking at any team name by just playing styles, the Maulers would be, because the Maulers, you better hope they're just a big mauling team, right? I could see Jeremiah being a Mauler, but unfortunately, I think he's going to be a Tampa Bay Bandit. Not happy about that because he's going to have to teach those guys. But you know what Jeremiah could do is teach those guys how to sit down to poop, Turner.
Well, it's a skill that it's underrated, honestly, and everybody should know it at this point.
So we're into round 7, and the
Maulers.
Maulers.
Baldwin.
Yeah. So what do you know about this kid out of Youngstown State?
Well, that's a local pick, right? Because that's a Mauler's pick.
Uh-huh.
That's a local guy pick. Youngstown State and Pittsburgh are almost identical distances from my house. I haven't seen exactly what town he grew up in, but it's a good chance he's from that greater Pittsburgh region because that's the area of colleges. A lot of it says he's born in Windsor, Connecticut. Never mind.
Okay. Windsor, Connecticut's not too far from me either, Turner.
That's
if you think about it.
That's across the street from Detroit.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Oh, no, Windsor, Connecticut, not Windsor, Canada. Sorry. Windsor, Connecticut's probably a hot 5 hours from me.
Yeah, that's not that far.
In a fast car, maybe 4.
Right, yeah. So, and here's the thing that I'm noticing, though, if you really look at it, right? Like with the XFL and stuff, I mean, he played out of, I have the guy, says he's from Charles Baldwin. It says he's from, I just pulled it up. He was a Jayhawk.
I thought it said Youngstown State.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought, too.
Right here, Youngstown State.
Yeah, you're right. It does say Youngstown. Oh, here it goes. I scrolled down. He transferred from Jayhawks to Youngstown.
Oh, panty waist. Hey, man, he looks mighty tough. I'm looking at a
6'5", 305.
Yeah, I mean he ate well.
Yes, he did. Now, I mean, here's what I'm noticing is that where with the XFL, they went more regional, right? USFL really ain't going regional.
Got another Richmond guy here. Hold up, let me look him up. Johnny Yarbrough.
Now I do know that name.
Do you?
Yes.
Why do you know that?
Wait, where'd you see him at? I got Justin Powers from UAB.
I want to go after him.
Do what?
I'm one pick ahead of you, bro.
Oh, from the Gamblers? All right, let me get to it.
Let me see the picture. That looks like, yeah, he's the Gamblers, John Yarbrough.
Okay.
Yarbrough.
Didn't he just wasn't he just in a league?
Got a face only a mother could love.
Jesus. God, you're so.
What's your question about it?
Wasn't he in the XFL?
I don't know. I really only paid attention to the defenders' offensive linemen. Nobody else's offensive linemen mattered to me.
I don't know why that name sounds familiar to me.
Looks like is this him that played for the Hamilton Tiger Cats?
That's what it is. That's why.
Played in the FCS Bowl.
John Yarbrough. That's right.
Yeah, Tampa Bay Vipers. You're right.
Yes.
For the Vipers.
Yes, that's right.
Mark Tressman in the hizzle. And looks like he's spent a little bit of time on the Panthers. You know, nothing too serious. But welcome to the USFL, Yarbrough. You've got a name built for football, John Yarbrough.
Yes, sir. He does.
Sounds like somebody you would draft in the late rounds of a Madden franchise.
Oh yeah, the Madden game.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't it?
Oh, we got some WVU cats. Now that's about a half hour, 45 minutes from my house. Marquise Lewis, University.
Oh, okay.
Mountaineers. He's gonna have a culture shock going to New Orleans.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little different for him down there, isn't it?
It's a little different. A little different from the Big Easy to the Big Redneck. Okay, it's a little different.
But yeah, yeah, you're right. New Orleans is
one of my favorite cities in America, by the way. New Orleans.
Which one?
If I could pick 3 or 5, New Orleans is in there.
Right. So, John, I got to show you something. I've been meaning to do this one.
Did you see the Jordan Tambo picture I sent you?
No, did you send me one?
Yeah, it's him sitting next to Todd Haley in their draft room.
Really?
I said, put it in go to our the group thread thing.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, put that up there. That's him. It says he was helping Todd Haley with the rest of the draft.
Really?
That's what it said on the caption.
Gotcha. Well,
maybe that's somebody just talking shit.
Here's something I like. I'm a huge fan of this show.
I like your show too, Jason.
Huh?
I like your show too, Jason.
I'm talking this show, one of my most favorite TV shows of all time. So in Tampa Bay, somebody made this meme.
Oh, yeah.
So here we go. They made this meme. Everything's running a little slow. There he is, Michael Scott, drafted to Tampa Bay. Jim Halpert with the interception. But yeah, so somebody made that. Everything's running a little slow because I got 100 things running in all of this. But yeah, that's one of my favorite memes. That's on the USFL official homepage on Facebook. I thought that was funny.
If that is one of your favorite shows, let me ask you a quick question. Were you a little disappointed in how they handled the transition from Michael Scott to it was the guy with the curly hair? We're going streaking.
Wait, what? Oh, you talking about Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell.
D'Angelo
Fuller.
D'Angelo Vickers.
Well, I thought they went from Will Ferrell to David
Hold on, stop. I will tell you how the transition worked.
And then tell me if you like it or not.
I will tell you how the transition worked. After season 6, the show went downhill when Michael Scott left to go marry Holly. Holly's a bitch because she took Michael Scott away from us. I don't care that Michael Scott found love with Holly. She took him away from us.
That regional director lady?
No, that was Jan.
Okay.
Holly was the tard like Michael Scott.
The bimbo lady with the dark brunette hair.
No, that was Jan.
Okay.
That was Jan. Holly was the blonde, is Amy Ryan.
Okay.
She was just like Michael Scott, but the female version. But so it went Michael Scott, then he left to start the Michael Scott Paper Company, and Charles Minor came in.
It wasn't Fuller.
Stop it.
Will Fuller.
Stop it.
Ferrell?
You said you wanted me to explain this to you. I will tell you how this happened. So Charles Minor came in, which was it. Oh my God, what is his name? He's the new James Bond.
James Bond took over a paper company in Scranton?
No, he's the black guy that's going to play James Bond. I can't think of his name.
Why is he got to be black?
Because he is. His name is
Idris Elba?
Yes, that's Charles Minor.
He was on The Office?
Yes, for like a few episodes.
That must have been the dark years for me, man.
Season 4. So then Michael comes back. Then they bring Holly in. Holly takes Michael out in season 6. Saber buys him, and then that is when D'Angelo Vickers, Will Ferrell comes in.
And they both almost like kind of had like 2 episodes in a row where they were kind of hanging out, going to the restaurant, Ruby Tuesdays or whatever.
Yes.
But yeah, I saw those.
And then D'Angelo Vickers wants to go dunk the ball. The basketball goal falls on him. He has a concussion. And then that is when Dwight Schrute becomes the interim regional sales manager, shoots the floor, and then that's when Saber buys. Then that's when James Spader comes in.
And I think he was the best one of the replacements, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And then you had Andy Bernard, because James Spader took over Kathy Bates' job as CEO.
A Nard Dog.
The Nard Dog. And then at the end of the season, the very last episodes, Andy quits to go sing on an American Idol type show, has a meltdown on the show, and then Dwight Schrute takes over as the regional manager, and that's how this show. Oh, that's right. There was Creed. Creed was in between that, between Andy and Dwight. Yes. And Dwight Schrute ends the show.
So this all started kind of like towards the end of season 4, all these transitions, right?
Yeah. Season 6 is when Michael left.
I'll be honest with you. I watched the first 3 kind of religiously, and then it either changed nights of the week or my work schedule switched up. So like it just became one of those shows that just got lost in the shuffle for me. But then I made sure I watched the last few down the stretch because I wanted to see it how it ended. But I would only catch like 1 or 2 per season after season 3.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
The first 3 were perfect.
Oh yeah, the first 4. First at 4.
4.
Actually,
Okay.
Yeah. Until Jim got with Pam.
And then it got
Yeah, then when he got with Pam, that said kind of sucked it up because Pam's a bitch. I don't like Pam at all.
Why?
Because she's a bitch. Oh, here comes Arlington to get us back on track. Welcome to the Pro Football Alliance.
Did you just say welcome?
Well, yeah. Welcome.
And you've
to
been
you,
live
sir.
this whole time talking about it?
Welcome to you, sir, to the Pro Football Alliance show right here on Facebook. You can find us on the Football World. You can find us on YouTube, Twitter, all of that. We are brought to you by Pack22.com. Mention John Turner's name, and you even get a discount. I don't know why you'd want to mention John Turner's name and get a discount, but go ahead and do it. You get a discount anyways. Call Matt over at 727-542-2645, and we are fueled by Cafe Piazza.
Hey, I heard y'all talking about The Office, and so I ain't gonna lie, I have watched some episodes of it myself. I'm not a fan of the James Spader era. Just not. Anytime that, and then Michael Scott, when he left, again, like I'm saying, James Spader era was part of that. And why do you call Pam a bitch? She wasn't.
Pam's a bitch. She was a bitch. Jim should have stayed with Karen.
Karen was more crazier than she was.
Should have stayed with Karen.
Karen was the one he was involved with, and when they split the office.
Yeah, too. Yeah. When he went to Stanford.
Half of them to the next town over.
Oh, you talking about Rashida Jones? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're thinking of Jan. You're thinking of Jan. I'm talking about Jim and Pam. Jim should have never got with Pam. He should have stayed with Karen.
No,
Pam's
that was perfect for her.
Shut up.
That was perfect for him, man. You stop lying to yourself. That's all you're doing, man.
I hate Jim
their personalities. It didn't clash. It's what you may think. And he loved her. So stop. And
you know what? Listen, Jim and Pam reminds me of me and my wife, the perfect love story.
But you just said. So you really on this show just called your wife a bitch?
No, I called Pam a bitch.
Did you hear now, John, you heard what he said, right? Exactly. You throw your hand up.
Right now you caught up. I think you need to figure out how to get out of this somehow.
Yeah, Dirty, you in hot water right now.
No, my wife absolutely. I hear her. She's stopping.
Have to say anything else. Right? You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent.
I just got a text message.
Hey.
I just got a text message.
You in a lot of trouble now, dude. You walking on eggshells.
Who the hell is Marquise Lucas?
I have no idea, but who's Terry Poole?
Terry Poole. Who are these people?
They were corners, were they not?
Yeah, we're in the corners. We're in the corners.
I gotta tell you, it says O2.
Hey, this ain't the first time. This ain't the first time Dirty has ever got himself in hot water with his lady. So
no,
exactly.
Never.
So,
guys, we got UTSA, University of Texas San Antonio boys, and the WVU guy. It looks like they're slowing their process down.
You know what?
It definitely does. Now, I will say this. I did reach out to
Juwan Bushnell Beatty from the University of Michigan going to Tampa Bay. We've got the Philadelphia Stars picking up a Baylor kid. I'm sure he's raked a bitch. Jacob. Whoa. We can't speak reality on it.
All views on the Pro Football Alliance show
are
those of each of their own panelists.
You, all people, don't do that.
We do not condone any kind of violence.
You don't do
anything
that.
like that. Hey, Reed. Hey, Mike. Right here, buddy.
Stop it. All right. Hey,
I will say this. Listen, I did reach out to a certain individual.
They don't even have his picture on here. They just got
well, that tells you how terrible he is.
They don't even have the guy's picture on the screen.
Listen,
Paul Burton, from Baylor, but what was he in jail for the photo op for this?
He might have been. I reached out to Jordan Ta'amu and said, "Hey, brother, congratulations, brother. I'm rooting for you." I get a tweet back saying, "Hey, thanks, Dirty. I appreciate all the love you guys have given me over the years."
Picture, it never happened.
So what? I can't do that. I can't. I have his personal cell phone number. I can't.
Oh, you said tweet. You said he tweeted.
Oh, no. I sent him a text message. I can't send that out.
Oh, you said he tweeted out.
So, yeah. What are you laughing about?
I ain't laughing about nothing. All I'm doing is sitting here and watching the drama unfold.
I got this guy over here trying to get us kicked off of Facebook.
Where are the Marys?
Hi, Stacy.
No, yeah, you can see her in the background. I forgot about that.
Hey, this is the only show where we'll bring realism to the table and give a side of professionalism if we need to. So,
right, yeah, you could go and watch all the other boring shows if you want. We don't care.
So, guys, this is my dining room. This is where we put puzzles together. So, what can you see here? These are all puzzle boxes.
It's a 10-foot dining table.
Yeah,
this is his COVID life right now.
No, we've been working on puzzles for quite a while.
Yeah. Don't forget you got to be at the hospital 5:30.
Yeah, I got to be at the hospital 5:30 in the morning to get my immunization.
No, you're getting the Joe Rogan.
No, he's getting the Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the Joe Rogan?
The Rogona.
Well, we're in the country up here, and they believe in ivermectin. Monoclonal antibodies.
Yeah, we're not down with all your fancy vaccine names that are only good for this variant, but not that one. We like
literally, how long is this?
All up here.
How long is this draft gonna go for?
Can you imagine what tomorrow's gonna be like?
Huh?
That's why I said I think you're starting to drag ass because the picks are coming out slower.
Do you think the USFL is going to have?
Can you imagine what tomorrow's gonna be like? They're not going to draft 60 seconds. It's going to be like 45 seconds. They're going to be making picks.
Let's hope.
Yeah, but okay. So what I thought about was that they obviously had their 8 quarterbacks in earlier. They needed to have some time to put these little graphic arts things together for their social media pages. So it's like they probably are like 4 hours ahead on this draft, and they've got a couple of graphic arts kids really kind of beating the street to find these pictures to create these graphic arts. I mean, they have logos. They've got to place everything in the right spot. They got to make sure they got the school right because we've already seen them come up with grammar issues on headlines.
Right. Idiots.
Idiots.
I mean, that's if you really catch it, it's a lot of major sports media organizations that come up bad with this grammar. And so it's who you hire when you do this. Like you need to do the Grammarly check before you get hired at all. And if you have 99%, I guess consistencies, then you can get the job. If not, man, no, I'm not hiring you.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Grammar and misspellings and all that, man. Like, no, you can't do that.
Guys, I'm going to put in the group thread a tweet that's there must be some sort of draft thing happening, okay? Because this looks like a room full of people, family members, friends, things like that. So this is when your boy
got drafted.
Te'amu got drafted, and this looks like a mini-me version of an NFL draft, in my opinion. They got a little stage. He can get up and say something. You know what I mean? I don't know why they didn't televise this. Seems like a missed opportunity.
Well, here. So let me see. Here, let me do this.
Yes, I'll have the McRib.
Oh, hold on.
They heard you.
Couple double cheeseburgers, no cheese, please.
She laughed. She said she got you. See, but I love it though.
Overnight them things, they never go bad.
I know they don't. They never do.
Here we go.
They never do. But yeah,
hold on.
You pulling it up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So let me do this. Let me go to share it. So
yeah,
here's what
go
John is
to the
talking
banner.
about. Huh?
Never mind. Go ahead. Do what you do.
Oh, here's what John's talking about right here. I'll go back to the beginning of it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's volume or what. I don't know.
No, I'll go without it. I just want to see the video.
Look at that fedora.
Oh man, he got a nice little draft party out there.
Look at that fedora hat, though. That's a sharp hat. That's from the Men's Warehouse right there. I got a collection of them.
Hey, we met his people though, right?
We did.
Dirty?
We did.
We met his people. I don't know if it was his girl or not.
Hawaiian or Samoan?
Ta'amu.
Hawaiian or Samoan?
He's
the
Hawaiian.
throwing Samoans. Ain't that what we called him?
Yeah, you're right. He is Samoan, so we called him the throwing Samoan.
The throwing
so,
Samoan is what we call
Is
him.
he actually Samoan or is he Hawaiian?
No, he's Samoan.
Because
He was
people have
Samoan.
called Hawaiians the throwing Samoan before.
I think.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll pull him up.
I think he's Hawaiian.
Hold on. I'll tell you.
Say where he's born,
I'm
man.
going to go ahead and guess he's from Kauai.
Well, hold on.
Because that's where the
I must say there's a lot of Samoans from there, then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, how you look at it. It does depend on how you look at it.
How you want to divide up races this week? You know what I mean?
Pearl City.
Are you
Pearl
Samoan
City.
or are you Hawaiian? I want to know.
Will you be quiet? He is Pearl City, Hawaii.
Pearl City is inside Kauai, I believe.
That's what I just said. As a senior, he threw for 1,779 yards, 29 touchdowns.
Nobody's asking for his stats, man.
4 interceptions.
Nobody asking for his stats, dude. We're trying to get personal.
So like Kayla Kennelly, my favorite surfer ever in the world, she's also from Kauai, Pearl City. She lives there. So
Okay.
you know, there's a lot of good athletes that come out of that area. It's not a game, really.
Right, it's not. Yeah.
It's not like you live in Vermont, where if you don't write, you make syrup and that's it, or you're a carpenter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when was the last time you heard about a player from Vermont? We should just give them to Canada. Just take it.
Give them to Canada.
Now here you go. Here you go. I didn't realize
You
this.
take Toronto. You take Vermont.
Hold on. Stop. You guys ready? Hold on. Calm down now. Let's get back. What do you guys think of this? The first pick, Shea Patterson.
Uh-huh.
And the second pick, Jordan Ta'amu. You ready? So Ta'amu transferred to Ole Miss in 2017, entered the season as the backup to Shea Patterson before taking over for the starting position after 5 games as Patterson had an injury. He finished the season with 1,662 yards, 11 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Ta'amu. That was just in his first year. What did you guys?
You're saying as a freshman he took over for Shea Patterson.
Yeah. What do you think of that? So the guy that he was,
and then he transferred to Ole Miss.
yeah, he transferred to Ole Miss. But what do you think?
It sounds like a Joe Burrow situation to me.
Arlington's got to turn that echo on.
Joe Burrow got out from behind douchebag, my Redskins quarterback, Dwayne Haskins, to win a championship. Dwayne Haskins has done nothing but wipe his ass with his contract ever since.
Oh my God!
What? You think Dwayne Haskins deserves a shot in these spring leagues? Because I don't. I think he's an idiot. Don't ever have him on the show.
I agree with you. I don't think he does.
Don't ever invite him on here. I'll run him right off of the air so fast. I will hurt that boy's feeling.
Oh
my God!
Turn. I'm doing this right here.
I ain't getting nothing. There's nothing I'm doing.
There you go. I fixed it.
Let's see on your end.
No, that's on your end. Now, hold on. I'm trying to. I could do it on this. I'm trying to find Jordan's stats. Here we go. His college stats.
You talking about his last year at his
so
last
he was
year
a 2-year starter. He was a 2-year starter, right?
Right.
Now, so he broke Eli Manning's record for most passing yards in a season.
Correct.
With 3,918 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. Had a career average of 5,600 yards with a 156.8 QB rating.
You just finna say something stupid. I already knew you was coming. It was coming out your mouth.
For what?
Nothing. Come on, man.
I'm just saying, how good of a rating is that? A 158.
158 is almost, well, college rating is different.
It's different. You got to get like what 200 or something to be considered perfect.
200 is perfect, or 199.9 or something.
Something like that, because the NFL is 158.3.
Right, it's definitely different, and ESPN does their shit even more different.
Because they're difficult, you know.
Everything should be a 100 rating. That's it. You're either a 100 or you're not.
Or you're not. Exactly. I don't
Why
disagree.
we gotta go beyond 100? Like this ain't, you know what I mean? Like I can get earned runs per average or wins above replacement. Like those are kind of easy to figure out stats. But a rating, the problem with the quarterback rating is that they don't tell you like when an interception was the quarterback's fault and when it was the wide receiver's fault.
Okay, so question. Why do they have this QBR thing? And then you have the like, you know, it's like a whole big number, like it's like a 2-figure number or something. And then you got a quarterback rating, which is practically the same thing. And, you know, I think that's been one of the confusing stats that I've seen.
Just trying to create a new metric to make you feel like you need to follow them and their statisticians
Than the NFL.
Versus going to Pro Football
Reference.
Reference or NFL.com or any other major media venue, CBS, Fox, NBC Sports, whatever. They want you to use their thing. And look, we have this stat. And it's the same thing they do with drafting players. Their power rankings, like 24/7 is really, it's not even that big of an argument that they're the best at rating 5, 4, 3 stars the field. And, you know, the point system created for teams, the recruit ranking for teams, right? But ESPN does their things a little different. You know what I mean? So, like, if you really wanted to see, like, it looks like they're just trying to put in extra steps. And why? The system isn't broken. Just be yourself. You know what I mean? Just cover the damn sports. Don't try to create something new because we've already learned over the years. You people are stupid over there. You know, so I'm not coming to your website to look for your analytical stat lists because I know you already suck as people. What makes me think that you're all of a sudden smart making charts? No, you're not. Everybody else is way better than that, but you. You know what I mean? So whatever.
You really got to get that violent?
Disney is dropping ESPN before the NFL opts out of their deal with all the networks. Market 2027. By then, Disney will have dropped ESPN.
They can't. They own them.
They are selling them off. They are
to who? To who? To who? Who are you selling them to?
Who cares? Jeff Bezos? It doesn't matter who they sell them to. Somebody that wants to go long in the sports industry. But by then, Disney will have already won the Sunday ticket, and they're not going to let ESPN keep it. They're going to keep it themselves and put it on Hulu. So they don't need ESPN. And ESPN's ratings are tanking like CNN and NBC, MSNBC combined. Okay?
Oh, John, hold on. Let's get back to the draft, right?
It's not even an argument. Just look at the numbers.
Let's get back to the draft. There's no need to be violent. You have the Rona. You need to calm down.
Them some bitches.
You need to calm down before you have an aneurysm. Okay? There are 2 more commissary picks. Here's what it says: passing in future rounds. So I'm guessing
they down or up.
Well, or they gave away 2 of their picks for tomorrow.
Or something. They traded.
So you have Matthew Snow from Pace, and then Joshua Taylor from Mississippi Valley State.
Hey, another HBCU pick.
Yep. So,
another one. Good.
Isn't that where Jerry Rice went to school?
Correct. And Terrell Owens did too.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's the way it looks, John. So if I'm not mistaken, so they can give up a pick for tomorrow the way it's saying, and use it for tonight in a commissary
They
pick.
probably gave up 2 picks.
Maybe passing in a future
But
round.
they
So
gotta be
yes,
allowed to sign some guys for like the league minimum, like after the draft, to like fill up the roster. Because if they're gonna have 35 rounds and they're gonna run with 38-man rosters, obviously there's gonna be some people that are left out in the cold ass and the breeze in that pool that they're gonna want to bring in to fill out the rosters and create that practice squad and cut list. You know what I mean?
correct.
I just put a picture in there for you guys. This is what a draft card looks like when they read it
Yes,
off.
I saw that. That actually looks pretty bad. It's pretty badass. I like it. I like it.
So
I like
they're
it.
starting to
Well,
show
that could make a cool football card one day, you know. what I
It
mean?
would. It would.
Like
You put
that's
Shea on the Shea on the front.
him playing in the uniform for the what?
Yeah, exactly. That would make a good football card. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, where did you find this card at, John?
I just following the league Twitter page, and I keep refreshing over and over and over again.
Okay, so here you go. Here's what it looks like. What the draft card looks like.
Oh, you going? I keep forgetting you going a entirely different route than where we going, man.
Who?
You. And I like
What do
it.
you mean?
That's cool. I like that. I like that. And then you put Shea Patterson's picture on the front. You know, they had the graphics they did, you know, they had Shea Patterson and then him in the Michigan uniform. And then you turn it around and then you put that on the back of the card.
Now, here we go. Whoever this is, First Off
Tech.
First Off Tech. Aren't they holding the supplemental draft on March 10th, too? Yes, they are.
Are they really? I
think, yeah, as far as I knew, they were.
All right, so here's a name that I recognize. Devontae Bosby. Did he play in the XFL?
That name sounds familiar.
I
think you're right.
I recognize his name from playing professional football before. I see he's in a Broncos uniform, but he's not a stranger to me. Pittsburgh State, it says.
Okay.
Yeah, he played with 4 teams, as a matter of fact.
4 teams?
Played with 4 teams in the NFL.
Well, he's either really good or really terrible, then one or the other.
60 combined tackles in his brief NFL career.
But you never know; those could be all special teams tackles, man. You know, they don't
Could be
field much. You know, if you're not an inch or 2 taller, or 5 pounds heavier, or you know, you dropped a couple balls in the interception drill or something like that, then you get put way back on that back burner. It's not even funny. So
6'2", 190 pounds, man.
I don't think I've ever dropped any balls.
Shut up.
It doesn't surprise me.
Shut up.
What?
Tino
Anyway,
Ellis. Sounds
Devontae
like
Bosby.
University of Maryland heading to Detroit, Michigan. Tino Ellis. Fear the turtle. Okay.
There's something seriously wrong with him.
You too. There's something seriously wrong with you.
What? Tino Ellis, Merlin. Break out your all-you-can-eat crabs, your Old Bay seasoning, get your flag, and then you get the respect, man.
Hey, get that Old Bay seasoning too, man. Go wrong with that.
I already said that.
You did? Okay.
God damn, man. Omar,
Yeah.
coming, bro. Come on, man. I'm everything Maryland there is. Tino is now taking over. All right. Tino, you know how me and Tino we go when we playing Keno in the casino. What?
It also said that Bosby was on the First Off Tech said was on the San Antonio Commanders in the Alliance. I do remember him over there. And
I knew it. I've seen that name pop up.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's 6'2", 190 cornerback from Kansas City. He's headed over to New Jersey.
Ever since Camp Bailey came into the league, everybody's been looking for that corner that's over 6 foot. You know what I mean? That can kind of not get beat up by some of these wide receivers that have the body like Hop, T.O., you know.
DK Metcalf.
Metcalf.
You know.
I mean, if you're 5'9", 185, what are you doing with Metcalf? Like, what are you really doing? What are you accomplishing?
You better have the same exact speed as him. That's the only way that you're going to be able to make something happen with that.
And Larry Fitzgerald's whole career, I mean, even with shit show quarterbacks for 20 years, he was able to have more tackles than drops because he's just so big and strong and sure-handed that it didn't matter who was covering him. What cornerback did Revis Island shut down Fitzgerald? I mean, who shut down Larry Fitz? I can't think of anybody.
That's because Fitzgerald was elusive. You know, he knew how to get away. He could go out. He could come in. He can make an angle. You know, as much as Dirty don't like Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce.
Weak. Soft. Soft across the middle.
All right, I'm back to producing. Go ahead.
Soft across the middle.
You don't like the greatest show on turf?
No, dude, they were soft. They were
Now,
soft.
I will agree that they were a finesse team. Here's another DMV guy, Virginia Tech, Adonis. He's built like an Adonis. Alexander. I mean, this guy has a football name, Adonis Alexander. If this guy does not show and prove in this league, I mean, he needs to just, pack it in.
Yeah, he does. He does look good, doesn't he?
With a name like that, though, you better be the next. Who's my big dread-headed guy that came from Seattle and came down to San Francisco for a couple years?
Sherman.
Yeah.
Richard Sherman, baby.
Yeah. He
Beast.
like that, it just sounds like you're the new Richard Sherman.
Beast. Love Richard Sherman.
Alexander.
Richard Sherman's one of my favorite players.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How about that night he got really drunk and beat in his sister's door?
I mean, listen, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta beat a bitch.
Now, again, this is the Pro Football Alliance show. We do not condone any violence or anything like that towards anybody.
Right.
God, you're gonna get us kicked off, you idiot.
No way.
No way. Mongoloid. What is wrong with you?
I'd have to say, like, let's go Brandon or something.
Oh, my God.
Well, hey, you know what? I got to get up at 5:30 in the morning, man. I don't know if I can stay up for these quarterbacks. They got 4 more rounds of corners coming. I don't know if I can do it.
I know. As well, here's the thing. So I have our show going on. I have every other single show going on, right? And what I've noticed is the viewership is dropping slowly for every single show, right? So let's turn our producer on. I mean, shit, we've been going for almost 3 hours now.
It's got to be my fault. Got to be me.
No, it's not. Arlington, what are you thinking? Do you think we should really keep going? Is it really worth it?
The only reason why I would try to keep going is because I want to see a notable name that comes out. That's it.
The thing is,
I don't think backup quarterback, right? Because that's all we got left, right? After
there's one name that I haven't seen yet that I would love to see play in the USFL, and that's Kelly Bryant from Mizzou. The former Clemson quarterback, to see if he gets a shot.
Was there any list you saw his name on earlier?
I seen him on some list. I don't know if he signed a USFL contract or anything, but I would love to see his name being featured. I would love to see him get a pro shot somewhere, man.
Let's see here. Where are we at? Let's see how many we got. Where are we at? 11.
Luis Perez. Oh, that's another good name that haven't been put out yet.
Yeah, Luis Perez.
All right, we're at the end of round 8. If you let me sneak out, I got to take a pee. I'll come back.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I got to go smoke. So, hey, this is the Pro Football Alliance USFL Draft Special brought to you by Pack22.com. We're going to take a quick little break here. I say let's do this. Let's say we come back in 15 minutes, Arlington.
Sure.
Let's bang in there. So we'll be back 15 minutes See you guys in a few. And we are back. Hello, Mr. Turner. How are you?
You see, another one of my Maryland boys came off the board.
I did. I absolutely did. We're sitting at about 30 minutes left of the draft here.
And I guess if it ends at 11 o'clock, that's not the end of the world, Jason. But I'd like to hear Arlington's take too. Wouldn't you have much rather seen the pool of 350 to 400 players they said, or 500 players they said, in a big room, and they're drafting them like Battle Bowl? Okay, you know,
yeah, you
like
know what?
Like we're watching Starcade '92.
I literally almost have to agree with you. I think that might have been really cool to see that. I will say this. I'll have to give this draft a little better all around props. They've done it a little better than they did the XFL draft.
You think so? Because all the coaching staffs were on the phone to give their next pick. And I actually like that better because you got a little bit of the human element, and then you could check their social media pages and they pop up the picks as well. But at least with the XFL, you know, we got to hear Bob Stoops. We take Donald Parham or whatever, you know.
Yeah, but let's really look at that. That draft was really boring. That draft was really boring, the way it was done.
Probably to the average football fan, yeah.
Right. I mean, it just I don't know. I didn't think it was as good as it could have been. That's just my opinion. I honestly think that, I mean, don't get me wrong, they could have done this a little better. I mean, they had Fox. I don't know why Fox didn't put it on one of their social media sites or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't get why they didn't do that, but
wouldn't you honestly be more interested in hearing from some of the players that didn't get drafted? Like if they spent like a half an hour or an hour after tonight's draft talking to some of the players that didn't get picked, and they were all there. They were all there in the pool, and they all going to say, well, you know what? I'm still confident that I'm going to be able to be picked up tomorrow. And I still believe I have a lot to offer any one of these teams. And like, I think that's a good way to kind of tap in a little closer to the people that are going to be a part of this league. And I think they dropped the ball in a couple of ways by not including some of that human element.
Well, here's the question, though. Let's really look at it. Has the USFL really did anything that's been worth the shit?
No, because they don't have anybody with personality. They don't have one guy, a part of their league right now, on the payroll that actually has an extroverted personality. It's a bunch of lame-ass, boring white guys. All right? and the few minorities they have, you know, they're pretty fucking boring too. Otherwise, they would have put them in front of the microphone by now.
Yeah. Now, I mean, let's
their
look
next
at it this
hire
way.
needs to be a spokesman of some sort for this league.
Right. Now, let's look at this. I'm going through the Twitter, and I just see that the Maulers have just what is that? Argene Harris from the Eagles played with the Eagles.
Let me see here.
He was the 8th pick of the eighth round. Now, I mean, listen, that's a decent name. Had some playing time with the Eagles and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know, as I'm going through Twitter and I'm seeing everything, right? Now here. So the Michigan Panthers just put out a tweet on their page. Here, okay, so here's how the concept, the extra picks work, right?
They traded.
Okay, so in the way the rounds are formatted, as different rounds are assigned to different positional groups, there are other fascinating wrinkles to this process, though. Teams are free to pass on picks in any given round, exchange for a commissary draft pick at the end of another round of their choosing. So that means Tomorrow's group might be a little shorter because they're going to have less picks. Because guys are giving up picks.
Same amount in total, but less, more picks in certain rounds.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what they're saying. So, like, the Breakers just used a pick for Nigel Chivas, giving up a pick in another round. So yeah, Jonathan Newsom was done in the 4th round by the Birmingham Stallions for their 10th pick. So that's very interesting. I wish they'd have said that in the beginning, that they would have been doing that, but they didn't. You know what I'm saying? That they were going to allow that to happen.
This is not a league that's been communicating well with others up to this point. So that's
okay. Well, here's the question: has the XFL really been communicating?
No, but last Monday's it was last Monday, right? 8 days ago that they announced the partnership.
No, that was this Monday.
Yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday. That's why we did this special last night.
When you're sick, time goes by in like a super slow motion.
You get the COVID fog.
Yeah, just when you're sick in general, time just goes by like a tenth of the speed it normally does.
That is true. It does.
Because it's like so miserable. You're like, fuck, man. Can we just get through this day? Tomorrow will be a better day, right? Can we get?
You're getting the Rogan treatment.
I'm lined up around the block for Joe Rogan right now.
Here's the funny thing:
give me the cow tranquilizer or the gerbil butthole medicine or whatever it is you people think it is. Okay, yeah, give me that. I'll take it orally. All right,
listen, hold on, calm down. Jesus Christ!
I know you pick on my people.
The biggest thing that's making the rounds is Jordan Ta'amu coming up to greet Todd Haley at the draft.
They're buddies.
So here's my question. Okay. I'm not a Todd Haley fan, right?
He's great at working with quarterbacks.
Is that a good thing for Jordan?
Yes, it is 100%.
I completely agree with you.
I think I just want to know is if all these 8 quarterbacks that were signed in the first round, does the league have the option to like make them more than 1 year contracts? Because I mean, honestly, none of these names jump off the board at me like, oh my God, I can't believe they got that guy. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, they got them and good on the league and good for those players, but can they keep them? Or are they just going to have a decent year and get sucked up by an NFL practice squad this fall?
So, you know, we did the one show earlier this year about the compensation and breakdown for players, right?
Yeah.
It
didn't really account for stars or whatever.
No, but I think again the quarterbacks are they're showing that they're going to make this a quarterback-driven league, right? Because their first round was done. Their first round was quarterbacks. Their last round is going to be done for quarterbacks, right?
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah, for tonight. So it looks like that they are really pushing for this to be a quarterback-ran league. Like over here, you know, first of text says Luis Perez, Cardo Jones are some names that we might see in round 12. Kelly Bryant. David's saying he'd love to see Kelly Bryant playing for the Battlehawks. Another name I'm going to throw out there. Nick Fitzgerald hasn't been picked up. Landry Jones hasn't been picked up.
Brandon Silvers,
who has some connections to the USFL, hasn't been picked up. So right now, like I said, if there's the big name,
to be totally honest with you, Gina Carano, her father was a quarterback in USFL 1.0. She could probably play in the USFL.
Oh
right?
My!
And you know what? I would fly down to see those games.
I probably would too, to be honest with you. But if you really look at the way this draft is going, again, like I've said, really, what has the USFL done to even put their names out there? Here it is. David says it again. Matt McGloin. I don't think after the XFL debacle, I don't think anybody's going to touch him.
Yeah, that going into halftime gibberish from him.
Walking out on his team.
Saying, this was the worst team that he's ever played with and all this other stuff. That was bad.
Austin Pro. Well, that's a receiver. That'd be done tomorrow.
Well, there's two proles or two or three prole brothers that are sons of Ricky. And there's also a couple of McCaffrey brothers. One of them suspended for PEDs from the NFL, so he's shit out of luck there. But the other one, I think, has transferred a couple times in college and just really never caught on. For name recognition alone, you could bring these guys in and say, hey, look, we got some proles, we got some McCaffreys. Are there any other siblings or sons that we can pick up? You've got Lorenzo Neal. His son's been kicked around in a few practice squads. You've got, there's a couple of cornerbacks out there whose fathers played in not only arena, but NFL, high-level college. I just can't think of their names right now. Most of the time, I'll be honest, I follow DMV born players first, everybody else second. So I really try to pay attention to where all the local boys are going to play. But there's a lot that have blood ties to NFL. What do we like to call it? NFL royalty.
Right. Well, here you go. Here's another one. Aaron Murray. Austin Prohl is on the Giants right now. Okay, that's good. Good for him. It's going to be interesting to see how this lasts because now we're at round 10. We just finished up round 9.
Heineke's got another year on his deal.
Who does?
Heineke, and so does Huntley and Walker. But Josh Johnson, I don't know where his contract is at.
See, there's a guy, Josh Johnson.
Where's his deal at?
I don't know.
When Landry Jones went down in Dallas, who stepped in for him?
Oh, shit. Where's Arlington on that one?
And how about this? Garrett Gilbert. I mean, he was kicked around 3 practice squads this year and then started a game for Washington. He's got to be a free agent, right?
He's got to be. So,
I mean, you don't just keep practice squad guys on your roster. I mean, it's not normal, especially guys that are 31, 32.
Josh Johnson, active with the Baltimore Ravens.
He's with the Ravens, too. He's going to pick up all the spring quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And pray it works out in Baltimore.
I mean,
pray Lamar doesn't go down.
He did play some games for
1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, don't get Arlington started because
you don't want him playing too much. I mean,
no, Josh Johnson cost Arlington some money with the Ravens. Here you go. You got Joe Powell. I wish if there was a way, let's see something. I want to.
Johnny Manziel have a snowball's chance in hell joining this league?
No, I don't think so at all. I do not think so at all. I know people want to see it. I don't think he does.
I want to see it. I think he'd be perfect for the USFL on Fox. Oh, you crazy?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't care if he ships it or not. Just put him out there. People love that guy. Put him on Houston. Yeah.
He's not listening.
That's where College Station is closest to is Houston.
Right. Yeah. He is not listening at all to you.
I don't give a shit what he's listening to. That's a smart money. You're just a hater.
Right. I agree. Now, here, let's go into day 2. Starting at 10. First of Tech says, I don't want to see Johnny Manziel. I agree with you. So round 2, day 2, they're going right for the offense. Rounds 13 through the 17 will be wide receivers. Then we go back to defense, right? Rounds 18 through 19 will be safeties. Round 20 is going to be centers. And then here's where we're going to get the guys like Jeremiah Spicer at, right? In round 21, inside linebackers. Rounds 22 through 23, we get the offensive guards. Rounds 26 through 24, we get the defensive tackles and nose tackles. Rounds 27, 28, we're getting running backs and fullbacks. 29 and through 31, outside linebackers. Then you go back to round 32 will be kickers. Round 33 will be punters. Round 34 will be more tight ends and H-backs. And then round 35, we end it with the long snappers.
Oh, boy. That's a round you definitely want to tune into.
Right.
Who's who of the USFL right there, buddy. I mean,
So now here's
folks.
So here's what it's saying. In total, 280 players will be selected during these next 2 days. That will fill the 35 of each team's 38 roster spots. So teams will each have to add 10 players after the draft, 3 to fill out the roster and 7 for the practice squad. Okay?
Okay, so they will have a supplemental piece.
Right, yeah. Now, according to Pro Football Talk, there are roughly 500 players eligible to be selected in the draft. Now, the league won't release a full player pool ahead of the draft. So that's the question. Now, it says that we're going to see a few NFL, AFL, XFL players, right? They give some notable names. Kelvin Taylor, running back. Receivers, Dontel's Bird and Bobo Wilson. Defensive tackle, Toby Johnson. Did we even see that? We didn't see Toby Johnson go, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And Reggie Northrup II. We didn't see him go either, right?
Well, here's a question for you. Is it a smart coach would draft a guy out of position, right, and just say he's going to play him at this position, but then make him an Iron Man player? You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Would you
do that?
It's not really a question. I'm just telling you that a lot of times you can take a guy that's a pretty good defensive end or a pretty good linebacker who's also made a few long snaps in his life and also was a lead block as a fullback, okay? Or maybe he slipped over to tight end a few times. And then the film on all 4 or 5 positions that he played is dynamo. And then if you've only got a certain amount of picks at this or that position, maybe you want to expend one at taking this guy and saying, you know what, we're gonna draft him as a defensive end edge rusher. But when it comes time for the season to start, you can play him where the fuck you want.
That's true. That is true. So now here it gives you, so for the 10 games, right? Each player, if you're an active roster player, you're going to make $45,000 while a full season. No, this is for the whole year.
For the year, yeah.
This is just your active roster for the 10 years, $45,000.
Prorated depending on being active for each game. So it's
right. Now, training camp, you make training camp, you're going to get $600 a week, right?
That's terrible.
I know. Practice squad players are going to get $1,500 a week. Average active rosters is $4,500 a week.
Wait a minute. Stop. Okay. So practice squad makes $1,500 a week. That means $6,000 a month times 2.5 months at
$15,000. What you make for 10 weeks.
For a part-time job that only lasts 3 months, I guess that ain't bad, because if you multiply by 4, you're making $60,000 a year.
Right, exactly. That's not bad. It's not bad at all.
A potential winning bonus if you actually get to play.
Right, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they're not really being paid that bad.
No, it ain't that good, but it ain't that bad.
No, here, I'll give you right here, Taylor Russolino. I reached out to Taylor. I was going to have Taylor come on. Taylor actually could not come on tonight. He's going to try to come on tomorrow. But no, Taylor did not get invited to the USFL draft.
Now, do you think that has more to do with them trying to concentrate on offensive and defensive players? And like for all you punters and kickers out there, we'll stay on. Keep your phone on. We'll call you.
I mean, could be.
I haven't seen any special teams guys go yet.
No, they won't be until tomorrow.
And how long is that round? One round?
Yeah, that's just one round.
Okay, exactly. That means special teams players are on the back burner in this league, which is not a surprise. It's really not.
No, because they're only doing one round for kickers and one round for punters.
Oh, so it's one round each.
Yes, one round each for
okay, I
punter
thought
and
it was
kicker.
a consolidated special teams round, and maybe they do two of them. Or,
No.
Three of them. Okay.
So now here's something I found.
38-man roster. I'd be telling my kicker to learn how to punt.
Right. Now here's something I found. And you tell me if we've heard any of these people's names yet, right? This is from footballsnippet.com.
Oh, they're coming out the woodwork.
Do what?
They're coming out the woodwork.
I know, right? So here we go. So they're saying these are the 10 players that you need that we know that are in the NFL draft, right? Ben Pullman. Have we heard him yet?
No.
No. Okay, good. Coral Williams. We heard him yet?
No.
David Moore.
Maybe. I thought there was a more or two.
No, we haven't heard of him, right? Evan Wentworth. Haven't heard his name.
No.
Isaiah Brown. Haven't heard his name.
No. Another Tarleton guy off the board.
Right here. Jeremiah Spicer. Kevon Tapin. Manny Bunch. Sean Brown. Trey Threat.
That's a cool name.
I know, right?
He better play defense.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard any of those guys yet.
Prince Robinson, just taken by the Pittsburgh Maulers. I'd like to welcome royalty to my...
That's a great name.
I'm a suburb of Pittsburgh.
That's a great name.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who else? Yeah, none of these guys we have been mentioned yet.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
So here you go. Arlington, get on here. Get on here. Yes. Because there was a guy that we interviewed, that Kevon Tarpin guy from the European Football League. Yes. First off in tech. Me and Arlington, we interviewed this guy at one of the happy hours. We interviewed that guy. So that's interesting.
He just gets drunk in your neighborhood?
Do what? No, I don't know why he was there. I don't remember why he was there, but we interviewed him at one of the things. And he says he's from the Fan Football Control. Okay.
Oh, very nice.
So, but now here's my thing. So if you were because it's been the reports that the USFL and XFL have been at all of these stuffs, right? Yes, he was there to learn about the Battlehawks. You were absolutely right, Arlington. So now we're going into round 10. So 3 more rounds, John.
11. Jalen McClain, number 1 pick in round 11.
We're in 11. Oh, my bad. I was
Sap from.
I was Googling other stuff for us, so we're getting a. Well,
do you say dash or do you say hyphen?
For what?
When they have a dash or a hyphen, what the fuck are they?
I don't say any of that. I just say their last
all these
name.
Young people, they have all these dashes and hyphens. I can't keep up anymore.
Pearsonell
makes their name longer.
Pearsonell will be picked tomorrow, a wide receiver. Again, I'll go back over it. I'll tell you guys how it works.
Looks like the number is at 8,000 more followers since we started this show.
For the USFL?
Yeah.
Good for them. At least they're finally now let's hope that they have this, right?
And yet the only people that are covering them live, I'm sure we've gotten like less than 3 new followers. What a bunch of fucking assholes this league is made of. You know, they're not even, giving us any love. You know,
there's a few.
Like I told you, a bunch of white, boring pieces of rich shit. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, do I have to give any of them any more?
Do I have to mute your mic?
Like they'll ever listen.
Listen, I'm gonna say it again. Days 2, wide receivers are the first 4 rounds. Safeties are the next 2 rounds. Centers are round 20. Inside linebackers round 21. 22, 23 offensive guards. Rounds 24 through 26 defensive tackles and nose tackles. Rounds 27 through 28, which this is the one that I find. Well, thank you. Thank you, First of Tech. He said he subscribed. Taylor.
Maybe.
Or Turner.
Congratulations. You phone a friend, tell them to subscribe too, bro. It doesn't stop at you.
That's right. This is the Pro Football
Don't send our kids
Alliance.
to college just 1 subscriber at a time, bro. We need 100.
Will you shut up before I mute your microphone? You mongoloided idiot. You better be glad.
Lorenzo Burns, another tough name coming to the Birmingham Stallions.
Okay. No, David, I get it. I get it. I know. So we're just going over it again. Now here's the one I find funny. Rounds 27 through 28, you're doing running backs and fullbacks. That's a little weird, don't you think? That you're doing that late?
They're not going to run with a lot of fullbacks. The fullbacks will double as tight ends and defensive ends and tackles and linebackers. So there will be no true fullbacks in this league. I guarantee.
I agree.
That is a bet. I'm willing to lay $20 right now that you will not find a single pure fullback on any single of these 8 teams when the season starts. Would you like to take that bet? $20.
No, because I agree with you.
Yeah, everybody's going to be playing fullback, working overtime. It's
right. Yeah,
the extra.
I agree with you. Hey guys,
back or a small
John, it's time to do the plugs. It's time to do the plugs.
Can
I do the plugs?
We never got to the quarterbacks.
Do what?
We're almost at the quarterbacks.
That's why it's time for me to do the plug, John. Pro Football Alliance USFL Draft Special. I am Dirty. Right next to me is John Turner from A Football World. Please go and like and subscribe to all of our media pages, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Go over to Facebook and A Football World. Go over to Twitter and all of that for Pro Football Alliance. Like, subscribe, YouTube, In the Zone Network, all of that good stuff. Now, you ready, John? We're at it. We're finally at the last 8 picks.
Well, I'm at round 11, pick 4. That's my thing. That's what.
Okay. I'm just saying, we're getting there.
I'm ready. I'm excited.
Getting there. I know, right? That's going to be the funny thing is to see who are these guys that are being picked, right?
So like I looked up a few times, since close to the end of the NFL season, like what quarterback's contract was going to be expiring.
Mm-hmm.
And there weren't any super crazy names jumping off the website. I might be able to pull it up real quick fast enough. Nope, my phone died. Let's see if I can do it from over here. NFL free agents.
Well, now, do you think any NFL free agent would actually go to the USFL?
Well, yeah, because there's guys that if they're drafted and they're within their first 4 years, unless you are cut, you can be traded. But unless you are waived and passed through waivers, your rookie contract still stands up. So if a guy is within the first 4 years, because your rookie contract lasts 4 years, I think they're the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then rounds 5, 6, and 7 might be 3-year deals.
Right.
I can't remember. I can't exactly remember how that works. But I'm going to click on quarterbacks. I just know that if you were actually drafted and not technically released from your team, you have a pretty good opportunity of staying in the league for 4 years. And that's why a lot of sub-mediocre quarterbacks seem to hang around. Like, why is this guy still in the league? Like, he's never been in one game. What is he doing? Like, what does he have? Some naked pictures of somebody? It's like you wonder, like, why, like, a quarterback that was drafted is still there. It's because he was drafted, and it would cost the team. Some teams are so close to the salary cap number that they can't even cut these guys. Like, they can trade them and get the salary off of their cap, but they eat the guaranteed portions, and they have to live with that for the remainder of his deal, however his contract was structured. But with that said, here we go. Ben Roethlisberger, Ryan Fitzgerald, no. No. Cam Newton, no. Tyrod Taylor, no. Jameis Winston, no. Jacoby Brissett, Teddy Bridgewater, Marcus Mariota, no. Joe Flacco, Mitch Trubisky, Tim Boyle, maybe.
Maybe.
Blaine Gabbert, no. Chad Henne, Brandon Allen, Mike Glennon, AJ McCarron, maybe.
Maybe.
Geno Smith. Didn't he just catch a charge? I don't know.
I can't remember. So here you go. We have another pick in. The Michigan Panthers just added a former New Mexico Lobo.
The Lobos. One of the cool
what is that? Jalen Burnell. Burrell. Former Canadian football CFL player, to be exact.
Which means he can play good man defense.
Correct.
Because they're not allowed any contact. So when you get an early jump on the ball, you did it without any kind of bump and run at all in the CFL, which is kind of what makes their quarterbacks look a lot better than they probably should look. But that's okay. That's just the way the rules are structured in the CFL. If you're a good DB in the CFL.
Oh, I didn't even see this one.
No.
Stop. Hold on. Me and Arlington have had this argument 100 times.
No. What is this guy? High? Is he high?
Hold on. No. Me and Arlington have had this argument 1,000 times about Tebow. I believe in the NFL, any quarterback can be a winning quarterback if they are put into the right situation and have a playbook built around them. Prime example, Tebow is a running quarterback, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Who has been a very successful running quarterback as of late in the NFL?
Guys that are faster than Tebow.
There's 3 of them in the league right now.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Kyler Murray.
Well, and Patrick Mahomes.
I don't count Patrick Mahomes as a running quarterback.
Okay, all right. Kyler Murray, no, because he's got a weak arm. He needs to go back to baseball. Arlington's finally buying into it, John. I will eventually get you to buy into it. That Kyler Murray does not belong in the NFL. Okay. Now,
I don't think Tim Tebow would go any more than 8-8 in the NFL. Ever.
Well, he did that. He did that and took the Broncos to the playoffs.
And I love Tim Tebow, the guy. But if I'm starting a franchise, I'm not saying start a franchise. If I'm starting a
league,
does Tim Tebow sell me more tickets than 8-8 will get me? That's my question.
And he will.
Okay.
And I agree, Arlington. You're right. Tebow, Mac Jones. I like my Mac Jones.
No, he's not coming to the USFL.
No, but he's a running quarterback.
So you got Chase Daniel, Brian Hoyer, Joshua
Tannehill.
Joshua Dobbs is a possibility.
Yeah.
Trevor Siemian, too old. Sean Mannion, too sucky.
I'm telling you, if you build a team.
Mike White could step in for the New Jersey Generals with the short stint he just had with the Jets.
That's what I'm
Dwayne
saying.
Haskins, go kill yourself. Kyle Allen. No, I just don't think Kyle Allen, he's a backup and he gets injured every year. I mean, how do you get injured as the backup? Come on, man. You get 3 years in a row, bro. You are just a fragile ass little whatever. Walk yourself on up the street there to the infirmary.
All right, so we have two more. We have two more guys.
Josh Rosen, Tyler Huntley, which he's an exclusive rights free agent, so don't worry about him. John Wolford, you could see him in the league.
Right.
Got him. David Blow, Brett Rippon. I thought he got a deal with Canada, but I could be wrong. Logan Woodside, he's been hanging around forever. Chris Streveler, I don't know why. He just got signed in Miami, but they just signed him. And then Ben Benkert. Those are your full list of quarterback free agents in the NFL.
Okay. So here we have another guy.
A lot of suck on that list.
Yep. Dewan Neal out of, where is he? From Shepherd. 6 foot 190 corner. Let's see. Recorded.
School. They're probably a team that's going to move from the Division II up to the FCS very soon.
You think so?
I think Shepherd will be up.
So here you go. In his last 10 games, he had 23 solos, 6 assists for a total of 29. Tackles for loss, 1.5, 1 interception, 1 pass deflection, and 1 fumble recovery in his last season with Shepherd. Not a bad stat.
Yeah, but in Division II, stats aren't kept as carefully as they are in Division I.
No, you're right. I'm just saying though, not a bad stat line.
Yeah, that could be like so way off of what he actually did. Like he might be more like 120, 10, and 5. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, you're right.
But the guys that like the student nerds that are keeping the stats, like they're also having conversations and drinking beer with their frat buddies in the booth. So it's like when you get to these smaller schools, it's
right
not
now.
Quite as accurate.
Here's a current guy. The last team that he played for was the LA Wildcats, and it is Bradley Silva. Guy just, his last team that he played for was the LA Wildcats.
I think you must have hit your volume button.
I did?
Yeah, and now you're back. You're going to have to ask your boy Spicer about him.
Yeah, right? We'll have to. So now we're up to the 8th pick in the draft.
We ain't on quarterbacks yet. God damn it.
That is true.
Man.
Somebody here, a fan says, "Damn, we're still going." I know, it's crazy, right? And if I'm not mistaken,
here we go. Yeah, that was a pick 11, pick 8. So this is the final round, number 12. Pick on the quarterbacks.
That's right. We're here, right?
Bring on the pain.
The last one is Rashawn Clausley Jr. for Tampa. That was our last pick.
The compensatory pick just came in. Ike Brown.
Yep, I just saw that. So
ain't no mountain high enough.
I can't believe it. I can't believe the Panthers passed on him. So now somebody's bitching about the Panthers, about Ta'amu. If you're the Panthers, who are you drafting? Are you sticking with Peterson?
There isn't a single team-changing quarterback in this draft.
No. But I'm just saying, if you're the Panthers,
unless you've got a spectacular quarterback coach and you are in a quarterback needs situation, there's not a lot of those teams out there. There isn't a single game changer. There are 2 quarterbacks. There is Bailey Zapp, and then there is, and that's Southeastern Louisiana, Western Kentucky, and then there is Southeastern Louisiana's Cole Kelly. Those are the 2 late round quarterbacks that you got to look out for for this draft that might very well both go undrafted. And I think teams will be sorry for doing that. Because I think that's Ben Roethlisberger and Drew Brees right there. Those are your new guys. Those are your new bulls that are going to go late. You hit that button again, Jason.
Did I?
Yeah, you keep doing something. Maybe knocking the cord out the back of the thing or something.
Maybe. Oh, yeah. And then Houston just used their 10th a pick. No, that's not a complimentary pick. Why is this thing acting up now?
Well, if it says 10, I think it was.
10th round. It's just people are starting. Now I just saw here on Twitter somebody said that the XFL or the USFL, it will be the best feeder league for the NFL.
Yeah, okay, that's funny.
What do you think on that one?
I think some janitor for the USFL just tweeted that.
Right? So now here's another thing. I've also seen that people are saying that the NFL or the XFL, or not the XFL, USFL, the team that's had the best draft has been Tampa so far. What do you think?
I can't put a number down. I have to see tomorrow at the end of the tomorrow.
Well, I'm talking if you go by night one.
We didn't get all the positions. See, because like I'll tell you, it takes 22 men, if not more, to win a football game. So it's not a 5-on-5 game, 11-on-11 game. It's like a 22-on-22. In this case, 38-on-38. And they're going to use all 38, I think, from game to game. And we're really going to have to get to the end of this to see who really added it up.
I kind of agree with you. I think you got to get all the players before you really say who really won, who really was the best person.
Yeah, I mean, can you? It's hard to eat. Like we do this with like NBA teams. Oh yeah, 93 Showtime Lakers versus 96 Bulls. Okay, like you can't. You really kind of can't do it. You know what I mean? It's like a kind of an impossible thing to do, and especially when you don't have all the mathematics added in and all that other stuff. It's
right. Yeah, exactly.
It's impossible.
So now again, though, I'm going to go back to that one tweet. Somebody had picked a tweet saying the Panthers shit the bed by not drafting Ta'amu.
Do you think Ta'amu is any better than Walker or Cam Newton or who was the third guy they had this past year? Didn't they roll like three different? Oh yeah, the Sam Darnold from USC. Is Ta'amu better than those three guys? Probably not. He's probably just as good or worse. So look, what's the difference?
Right. Listen, the Panthers went for the local guy and drafted Peterson. Makes sense, right?
Well, no, they had Darnold.
No. I'm talking USFL.
Oh, the Michigan Panthers.
Michigan. Somebody said that the Michigan Panthers shit the bed
Patterson
over by not taking Ta'amu over Patterson.
But why does he think that? I mean, Patterson was a very, very good pocket quarterback, and I think that's the kind of team that Fisher is going to build up there. He's going to be a pro-style offense. He's not going to be shotgun every down. Okay, he's going to be a quarterback under center type of guy, and that's what Patterson came from under Harbaugh. So give a guy the opportunity to keep playing in the same stadium or right down the street from the same stadium he's been used to playing in his whole college career. The NFL didn't love him, but the local people probably still love him. He won them a lot of games. You think Patterson's going to pay for a whole lot of pizza in Detroit?
I agree. Listen, I agree with you. If you're a Michigan team, you can get you can get a hometown guy. Why not go for him?
I think that's the most valuable way to do things in this league, especially.
It's a way just to build your people and to build your fan base.
Build your people.
All right, picks are in. Zach Smith from Tulsa.
I don't see that, but I'll take his word for it.
I don't see it either. I keep looking, and I don't see it yet.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Did you see
Oh,
that?
yep, there it is. I just saw it.
Oh, there he is. It was a good show filmed in Tulsa. Was that show that HBO put up for one season? The Watchmen.
I loved that show. Loved it.
What a great little show. They did great for that one season. And I'm surprised they didn't want to take it any further than that, but I think it was pretty good for what it was one season.
So now he is, I guess he's going to be the backup. Now, how does this work? If you're drafted in round 1, are you the backup? Or if you're drafted in round 12, are you the backup?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jason.
Because let's see who their quarterback is here. It was
probably the last one took.
Kyle Sloader, Sloader.
Sloader. Mr. Sloader.
So who is the starting quarterback?
I don't know. Do you think they really anointed some guy named Sloader?
I mean, I don't know. If they do it, I mean, they did have Drew Brees.
Would you make a white guy named Kyle Sloader what you sell your team around?
Here's a guy we talked about tonight. Actually, it's a guy you just talked about for your team, Turner. Josh Love out of San Jose State.
What is this?
So now you got Kyle Loretta and Josh Love as your quarterbacks. Who are you starting?
You know what? They're going to have to figure out who's on top and who's on the bottom. I want the more dominant male starting.
Well, I mean, San Jose State compared to University of Richmond.
Give me the Richmond boy. Sorry.
You want to go with the Richmond boy?
Yeah. Larger Johnson, guaranteed.
Oh, my. You're an idiot.
Guy walks in the room. It's already been in there for 2 minutes.
You are an idiot. You know that, right?
Hey, Richmond, it's a DMV thing. You wouldn't get it.
Wait. The picks are coming fast and furious now. The Birmingham Stallions just drafted Jamar Davis Smith. They have Alex Magoo.
Yeah, I have
they
a hard
drafted
time
in the first round.
I have a hard time believing that anybody named Alex Magoo has a real stranglehold on a managerial position in any field of business on this planet.
See right there, look, the Packers hate Jordan Love. Thought that was him. That was a good one. I mean, Jamar Davis, big dude. Kid over 6 foot, Louisiana Tech.
Good football.
Yeah.
Southeastern American football.
Mm-hmm.
Which I would probably say is a better level of football than San Jose State plays against.
Well, the other Birmingham National.
Well, I was just comparing him to the last quarterback that was just.
Gotcha. Louisiana Tech's not a bad thing.
Well, I just think pound for pound, like the lower end of their roster is probably better than the conferences San Jose State is in. You know what I mean? Like San Jose State can pull in a couple of 4s and maybe some more 3s, but Louisiana Tech will have a whole lot more 2s and 3s. You know what I mean? Usually. Mm-hmm. So, like, you know, that.
Here he goes. I mean, our producer pulled it up for Jamar Davis Smith was the Conference USA Offensive Player of the Year.
And see, there you go. And at Louisiana Tech. So, boom. What? I kind of sort of know a little bit about what's going on here.
I didn't say you didn't, did I, Peckerhead?
Well, you better. Are we going to get anybody that's played any pro ball, or are these guys just going to be like, you know, coming straight off the bottom of the bench?
I mean, there he is, 6'1", 218. Not a bad stat for a QB.
But here we go. We got what? 5 picks left.
Yes, 5 picks left.
So are we going to get anybody as of right now? Jordan Ta'amu, he did throw a few active game passes, right?
Now, I'm not even going to, I don't want to butcher this guy's poor name. It looks like it's Kinji Bahar, Bahar for the Gamblers.
Oh, boy, another one. What I'm saying is
he's out of Markman.
Is Teamu the most pro experienced right now quarterback in the league?
Let's see.
I think he is.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. I think he might be.
Yep. No big deal. I mean, it's not that important. I just think he has an advantage, clearly an advantage over all these guys so far, because just with the experience, the professional football playing experience alone.
Well, here's a new one. DeAndre Johnson from Texas Southern for the Generals.
Hasn't popped up for me.
So for the New Jersey Generals, Ben Holmes is their quarterback that they drafted in the first round. I like anybody that has the name DeAndre. I like that name.
Well, they seem to have pretty solid, lengthy careers. Most DeAndres. It's weird. Actually.
All right. Our producer is happy. Another HBCU QB.
Where from? Not Monmouth.
No, Texas Southern.
Oh, I didn't see that. I haven't seen
DeAndre Johnson.
Well, I'm trying to hit the thing, and I haven't seen Johnson yet.
Here's what I have noticed, though, in Arlington's right on that. We're seeing a lot of HBCU players being drafted in the USFL. You can't hear me again?
I think something happens. Maybe you move your microphone and the cord comes out or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. But, Texas Southern. But what I've noticed, like Arlington has said, we are seeing a lot of HBCU players in this draft.
I mean,
a lot.
Who the hell is this guy? Case Cookus, Northern Arizona.
I've never even heard of that school.
He doesn't look like he played for an HBCU, I can tell you that much.
No, he played for Northern Arizona.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like historically and maybe not historically black.
And he was, hold on, his team is the Philadelphia Stars. He'll be sitting behind by Brian Scott.
And a sitting he will do.
I think so.
Yeah.
So the team, I mean, there's two of them that we really want to know, right? We want to know who Tampa's going to pick and who Michigan's going to pick.
Well, it's the last two. Is that the last two?
Yep,
I think
the last two.
Yeah.
So right here is Tampa's Brady White.
Oh, that sounds like a quarterback.
Memphis.
Oh. Yes.
Memphis.
That sounds like a guy born to play quarterback.
Are you starting him over to Amu?
I have a son named Brady. So I'm a little biased here. Yeah.
Are you starting him over to Amu?
I'm only upset that he's older than my son, which means somebody else thought about naming their kid Brady before me.
You're not answering the question. Are you starting him over to Amu?
Never seen him play. Didn't see Memphis while he was there.
Okay.
Evidently. Maybe he was the backup in Memphis. I don't know.
I have no idea. You want me to Google him and see?
Nah. We'll save it for another time.
Save it for tomorrow when we break everything down?
Yeah, well, we have a day to sleep on it, see who these people really are. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns on this list, man. I mean, it's like we're trying so hard to be like, oh my God, this guy's tremendous. But the reality is they're not. None of these guys were in the Super Bowl a month ago, 2 weeks ago. Okay, so they obviously either have been slept on by enough people.
All right, here it is.
Slipped under our radar.
Holy shit. Are you ready for it? The biggest name yet. Are you ready for it, Turner?
Stop. Just stop it.
Are you ready for it?
Who is this? What is going on here?
Paxton Lynch.
A late addition.
Is the final pick from the Michigan Panthers.
That's interesting. That they were able to get a hold of him that fast, because he just literally got let go by Toronto.
Denver.
No, Toronto. I think it was Toronto Argos or something.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was a CFL team. They just literally let him go like 2-3 days ago. And okay, so 3-down ball isn't his thing. Maybe he's not mobile enough. We don't know why. He's only one of 2 quarterbacks I can identify that were drafted in the first round in the NFL in the last 10 years that were never really given a legitimate shot to start for their team. The other guy is Josh Rosen. There are only 2.
All right, so he just his last season was with the Rough Riders, right?
And he was very 50-50 at best.
Right. So now, let's see. Now he really only played 2 years in the NFL.
It's not a bad pick by Michigan. It's not a bad pick.
No, he only really played 2 years in the NFL, right?
But he didn't even really play the whole years. Like, they kind of moved him in and out of the starting lineup like a couple of times during both years. They kind of fucked with him.
They really, really did. But you wanted a big name, right?
No, I'm happy he's getting another shot. I've always been curious as to what his career ceiling or anywhere near the ceiling we can get with this guy. I mean, Broncos traded up to get him.
Right. So here it is. Just a little breakdown. He was selected in the first round, 26th overall in the 2016 draft.
And they traded up to get there.
He was the third quarterback taken of the 15 in that draft behind Jared Goff and Carson Wentz, the number 1, number 2. Right?
Other guys that suck.
Yep. So then Lynch played in his first NFL season game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, replacing injured Trevor Siemian. Finished 170 on 14 of 24. It threw his first career touchdown to Emmanuel Samuel and a win. Then at week 5, he was 23 for 35 with 223, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Then he suffered a shoulder injury.
And that was it. That was the beginning and the end for him.
And that was pretty much it. Then he got bounced around. He went to Seattle. Then he went to Steelers. And
Cleveland.
Then he went
I caught up Cleveland first.
He went to I didn't see Cleveland on here.
The Moneyball GM joined Cleveland and decided to give them a pick to take him only to release him.
No, it was Minnesota.
Archie Brown, I thought, is the one that traded for him.
No, it was Minnesota, they say. I don't see Cleveland on here. But he was a Rough Rider, but did not dress.
Well, that's because he never played for Cleveland. They traded for him.
That's right. You're right.
They gave up a pick for him and then cut him by 6 p.m. that night. You know what I mean? So he never technically played. That's why it might not show up.
You're right. Now, you said you wanted a big name, right?
That's probably about the biggest we got.
Is Paxton Lynch the biggest name?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, I know that you have to get up and go do your Joe Rogan. Gotta get
the jammy jam.
You have to get COVID. You have to get a COVID enema shoved up your butt to help clean you out.
Yeah, COVID.
Yep, you got to get a colonoscopy with COVID medicine.
All right, chain.
So I hope you feel better. Hey, the draft starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Guess what? We're not broadcasting at 10 a.m.
I'll be off by then. I'll be back home.
Right. We're not broadcasting at 10 a.m. We will come back tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Standard, 9 o'clock Eastern Time for an entire wrap-up of the whole USFL Day 1 and Day 2 draft. Arlington.
All we doing
Paxton
tomorrow.
Lynch.
All we doing tomorrow is notes on major names. That's it. We're not going through all those draft picks. Forget it.
Yeah, no, I'm not making a hot 100.
Right. If you want to, John Turner will write an article on a football world. You can go over there and watch it. Hey, guys, thank you for sticking around for 4 hours with us.
Let's go, FF Tech. Thanks for hanging out.
Join us on Twitter.
Join us on Twitter, Facebook. Go to all of our pages, Pro Football Alliance, In the Zone, A Football World. Go and join, like, subscribe, all of that. John, do we have a YouTube page for Football World?
Yeah, but I never use it, so don't worry.
Oh, okay, yeah, don't. So, but go to our stuff. Like and share. We will see you guys tomorrow.
A really cool YouTube page that I follow for like Marvel comic movies called Everything Always. Michael Ronan. He's really good. If you're into that genre, follow that page, man.
My buddy, our buddy Damien loves Michael Ronan.
Yeah, Everything Always. What's up, guys? Michael Ronan, Everything Always. Boom, he gives it all to you just the way it needs to be given.
Hey, I am Dirty. Thank you guys for joining us at the Pro Football Alliance USFL Draft Special. We're brought to you by Pack22.com. Call Matt over there at 727-452-2645 to start your account today. Mention John Turner's name or A Football World. You will get a discount. We are fueled by Cafe Piazza. John, good luck tomorrow, brother. I will see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Arlington, I will see you tomorrow. We will do just a little breakdown. We won't do a 4-hour show tomorrow. Promise you for that. Hey, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.